warning signs of satanic behavior may be apparent, such as a sudden, bitterly antagonistic attitude towards family and religion, a drastic decline in academic performance, a reclusive behavior pattern, and listening exclusively to heavy metal rock music, almost to the point of addiction. When one or more of these warning signs are evident, you should look further for ritual items such as a pentagram or other satanic symbols, black or red robes, a decorative dagger or knife, a chalice or goblet, black candles, a personal diary with a black cover, which is called a Book of Shadows, and copies of publications such as the Satanic Bible and the Satanic Rituals, and possibly a small makeshift altar. If you discover items such as these, experts advise you contact your local law enforcement agency at once.
The night is calling, the drinks are poured, movies on the screen, inhibitions at the door, rips and reels, the stories they unwind, witness the madness in their twisted minds. Burnett and Parker, Burnett and Parker, crank up the sound, it's party time, midnight metal, midnight metal.
Yeah. Remember, kids, Satan represents love for those who deserve it, not love wasted on ingrates. That's right, we're here for Midnight Metal episode 100. Oh, look, I'm losing my headphones already. It's early. Oh, my headphones broke. Oh, my God. How look at that. Anyway, this is, ladies and gentlemen, the 100th show of Midnight Metal. And it's not a show if you don't have Mr. David Parker. Davey, are you feeling fucking metal tonight?
Well, when you constantly always feel this sense of weight on you, then yes, you do. Oh, he can't hear me because he's fixing his headphones because his head broke. You fixed them already,
dude. That's what a professional does. You know what? We just let the show go as we fix shit.
It's amazing. We made it to 100. I mean, not all.
We made it through the wilderness.
Not all of me,
through. That's not very metal.
No.
Like a virgin.
But
touched for the very first time. Dave, do you know what happened yesterday? The Rolling Stones released their 25th studio album. Foreign Tongues. My favorite kind, by the way.
And I saw a photo of them. I'm just gonna say this. So I looked at Mick Jagger in the photo, and granted, he's what, 80 something now?
85. Doesn't matter.
Well, that photo reminded me of.
When 85 you look.
Do you remember the movie Slapstick of Another Kind?
Yes.
He kind of looked like that. Very, very big.
Dude, I don't even plan on being on this mortal coil at 85 the way I live my life.
I think that's why Keith Richards wears a cap now to sort of
probably
cover some of the dome.
But you know what? I just got out of the shower, kids. I want to be clean for all of you for this 100th episode.
He wanted to be slick. His nipples are a little tight.
Well, that's because I took the clothespins off.
Oh.
Yeah, I took the plug out, and I'm ready to go.
You took the plug out?
Yeah, I know. Normally I leave it in to give that extra little effervescence, but...
Well, I mean, if you look, sometime you have to put it in with the show, and then you can give the audience the control.
Oh, I don't put it in. That's for other people to do.
Right, but then they can remotely control it while you're doing.
Oh, I don't have one. I don't have one of those OnlyFans chatterbait things where you pay tokens, and I don't have one of those.
No.
Well, you remotely you can put in tokens and you can remotely control.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Not that I would know.
There are devices, pleasure devices that you can use and get an app on your phone that you can control it remotely.
That's what I was talking about. You could actually have people send you money. It's like every time you get a tip or a super chat, in the case tokens, because people are taking a fraction of your.
Guys, you get enough super chats tonight. We'll
Ooh.
go bare. We'll go bare. We'll strip down.
Dude, I just shaved, man. Come on, I mean, all over. I can't go bare tonight. That's for later.
But you are bare. Anyway, good God.
What are we talking about? This is not metal.
Oh, come on.
It is so metal.
Good grooming is very metal. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's good to be here. Nice to see we have people here watching.
People are here. You were afraid nobody was gonna come. Shame on you. Shame on you. So yes, this is Midnight Metal. I mean, this show is. There's been many permutations of this show.
Well, it started out with just you and Zack and the spirit of Zack Snyder.
That's right.
That's where the whole concept came from. It was really Midnight Metal was an excuse for you to do a show to talk about Justice League and how that was going to be the greatest movie ever made.
The most
metal movie ever made.
The most metal. That's right. So this actually, the Snyder Bros. This should be their favorite show on YouTube since it was literally born out of Zack Snyder's Justice League.
But then I showed up, I think, on episode 3. Or something like that.
And then you left, and then we did Midnight Musings for a while with RM and Lael.
You kept it going as Midnight Metal for a while, and
yep.
And we did it sometimes with RM, and whatever happened to them?
RM, I think she's a spook. She's a spy. She went on some government. She's like on a Mission Impossible thing. I got a couple messages from her, but she's part of the Foreign Service.
Thought she had to take care of her.
Yeah, but then she was traveling the world. And Lael's still around.
Okay.
We got to get Lael Rockwell to come back at one point. But I like the fact that, this show was really born. What is this, 5 years old now? 6 years old?
Maybe. Yeah, I guess so. I think it really started to come alive for me, the show really came alive when we got our first guest, which was CK Smile.
Smile.
That
Chaosium, the band.
And we haven't done guests in a long time, and I haven't been doing that, and it takes a lot of work, and I have to. If we're going to do this, we got to get back on it for sure. So
yeah, we do. It was cool.
I think a lot of good times. You guys can see a lot of crazy. You can see the evolution of our mental states, our sanities, the way things are going in our lives. That
much is certain.
We could do such an interesting and for us horrifying supercut of moments, highlights over the episodes and over the years, and looks and everything else that I'm glad there are some directors who they do their movies and they never look back. I do the show and I never look back because
I'd be
horrified. At times delighted and many times horrified.
Well, there is a lot of. This channel has seen a lot of drug abuse and alcoholism. This used to be an excuse to drink heavily.
Because we just don't drink as heavily now. Hopefully,
no, we just but there was a lot of.
But the legendary passing out for 6 hours while the feed was on.
Was that on this show though? That was a New Year's Eve show. Was it on this show?
It was on this show.
Because we were up till like 6. I didn't fall asleep till like 6 in the morning, and then I fell asleep till like noon.
Right,
yeah,
on
the famous and 1,000 memes were launched that day.
You really should take that footage and just turn it into one of those, sleep aid things. Watch Robert Burnett sleep for 6 hours.
I'll cut it together and make it like 48 hours,
right?
And just let it run.
With like some white noise.
And it's funny because I'm wearing Monica Rambeau's sweatshirt from WandaVision. It's the I fell asleep wearing the Shield. I thought it was so because I'm a nerd. I got that Shield sweatshirt when WandaVision was and that's what I fell asleep in. Tom Jr. Jackson, and then he put me in the screen of the Enterprise, the view screen of the Enterprise.
It's pretty amazing.
What can I say? Look, Miss 50 and Still Metal is still she's been with us the whole time.
Fuck yeah, it's great to see her.
She should come on the show. Hey, if you're not doing anything, Miss 50 and Still Metal. Of course, she's been Miss 50 and Still Metal for like 5 years.
So what? So have I.
That's yeah. You know what? That's true.
And so
That
have you.
is true.
And so have you.
It's true. My God.
So we've missed. I mean, together we missed some things. I mean, we're in an interesting time in movies and fandom. We're in a it's very pretty exciting, strange horror renaissance that's happening.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, even before Backrooms and Obsession hit, I've seen a double feature with Alvaro. I've missed a couple of weeks, but for the most part, pretty consistently. We're now into the back half of 2026, but for the first half of 2026, I saw, I think, more movies in a theater than I've seen since the pandemic.
Right.
Seen a lot of films, and there has been a lot of great horror that has come out this year. And two things that I saw recently, I really like Leviticus. Did you see Leviticus?
I did not see that one.
I really liked Leviticus. I thought that was genuinely scary, atmospheric, really interesting, and I really liked Leviticus. I really liked Exit 8, the Japanese film Exit 8. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's really...
No, that's another one that I wanted to see, and
it's really good.
I was those are like the two that I missed. I mean, it took me a while to... I mean, it was like a month before I actually got to see Obsession.
Right.
It had been out for a month. Didn't matter because it was still in the big theater and everything, and was like still a pretty packed audience. I saw Backrooms opening weekend.
Yeah, I saw both of those opening weekend.
And I enjoyed both. I thought,
yeah.
I mean, not perfect movies, but what I love about them is the fact that, Backrooms sort of being an IP, but one that obviously Hollywood didn't know fuck all about.
Well, I was pretty fascinated by the legality of
right.
Backrooms, in the sense that it was basically an open source creepypasta where, you have it was a picture that was taken in the early 2000s, and then 2019 it was memed out with that image where somebody actually gave it life and form by giving it a paragraph, and then somebody like Kane Pixels, or aka Kane Parsons, came along, and he made a ton of videos, and people made video games and all this. But what I found really interesting about Backrooms is Kane Parsons as Kane Pixels for the last 5 years had made a lot of Backrooms videos and built out his own version of the mythology.
Yeah,
using the async stuff, and it kind of harked back to Lost and the videos in Lost, the weird
right.
corporation that ran the island. And they used, because it was open source, how do you copyright something like that? Because these people...
That was a question that I wondered too, because I knew about the story of someone else had posted the photograph.
Right, but it was Kane. It was
he just
Kane's,
sort of took it and ran.
Yeah, so they were able to copyright his take on it.
Right. So, I mean, does that, but I wonder what that means, because can anyone do a Slender Man movie now and just do their own take? Because Sony did a Slender Man movie. So I wonder, I just sort of wonder with these creepypastas, can anyone just take whatever's there and do their own?
I don't know. I've been wanting...
Question.
I wanted to get like an IP lawyer to come on, just from a producerial standpoint. I want to know, how does that work?
Right.
What is the legalities of that? Because, when you do have are memes, can you copyright a meme? And once something goes viral, I mean, do you have to go back to first principles, or the originating person who created the meme, but they're using something else that isn't theirs to meme in the first place? But apparently they figured that out, because obviously Backrooms has passed $300 million worldwide on a $10 million spend. I mean, Dave, what I think is really great about what we're seeing with this renaissance, and a lot of horror. I mean, I've seen, obviously this week, I went and saw The Invite, which I thought was really disappointing.
Okay.
I was really looking forward to it, and I thought it was really disappointing. And of course, Evil Dead Burn.
Right. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. And of course, what's fascinating about Evil Dead, this is the 45th anniversary of Evil Dead. The first Evil Dead came out in 1981, obviously.
Technically, I mean, most people would say it was 83. It was 83 when it was really widely available. But anyway, go back to your point. We'll get to Evil Dead.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a franchise that has now 6 films and a TV series. And you have
multiple video games.
Yeah, video games and all kinds of things. So as far as horror franchises go, and I have to say, since Fede Alvarez revived the in 2012. Remember we all went and saw his Evil Dead movie, that opening.
Yeah, for my birthday.
Yeah. That was a fun night. With like 40, 50 people showed up.
It was a great night.
It was a great night, but he revived it and he brought back, like, I'm a nasty Evil Dead guy. Like the Evil Dead 1 is my favorite, and I when was it 86 when Evil Dead 2 Dead by Dawn came out?
87.
Was it 87?
Yep.
It disappointed me that they
funny?
retold the first film. Yeah, that it was funny, and then of course I actually worked. I have a screen credit on Army of Darkness.
I was on the set.
Yeah, well, it's like the Three Stooges of Evil Dead movies, but I really did enjoy Fede Alvarez, and Evil Dead Burn is easily the nastiest and most mean-spirited of the Evil Dead movies.
But we'll get to it. So go back to what you were saying about Obsession and Backrooms and Exit 8 and all these things coming out. I mean, it's great. They're all small budgets doing like gangbusters, and they're mostly original properties.
Yeah, well, horror has always been lucrative at the box office in terms of its return on investment. If it's good. I mean, obviously, we grew up during the era of the slasher movie, and I remember I saw the first Friday the 13th. That was my birthday movie in 1980. My dad took me and like 4 of my friends to see Friday the 13th.
What would we be considered? Well, okay, so break this down, because you can break it down in the way that comic books are broken down. So the Golden Age would be considered what the Universal era, right?
Oh, you mean in terms of slashers?
No. In terms of horror, so you had the Golden Age, and that would be considered the Universal.
Oh, you mean I would say
so the Silver Age would be like Hammer and the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
So 70s and 80s would be what the
Bronze Age. Yeah, okay, and I would say
we lived in the Bronze Age for the most part.
I mean, what's interesting is in terms of horror, if you think about, like, I would say that the real change came with Vietnam, and I think you could say that Night of the Living Dead was maybe the dawn.
Nope. Well, I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
Because I think the modern age of horror came with Psycho, when it stopped being castles and gothic and everything else, and it became that. I think
and Peeping Tom.
And Peeping Tom.
I would say both of those. Well, but here's the thing: the thing about Psycho and Peeping Tom was they were about people,
normal people. The normal person could now be crazy and kill you.
Yes,
and it's part of that whole swath of those.
And there were other things like that too. I would say that was the end of an era. I would say, if anything, that ended the Silver Age, because that was a shift, and then because that was 60, and then not much happened in the 60s. I mean, you had like...
Well, of course you did. You had all the old Hag movies. You had Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. You had, Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte. You had those. Yep. You had Paranoid. You had the Hammer.
But I would still say that those are Bronze Age. That's the end of the Bronze Age. I mean, the end of the Silver Age. Because
again, to me, it's like that's when it shifted from being totally period and castles and monsters and atomic age to something that was way more contemporary.
Well, I would say that was the perversion of the middle class, and then you get to a whole. Night of the Living Dead took you to a new level of visceral.
Of
horror.
Course, that. Well, yes, for sure. I mean, there's no.
And then because then
that movie had.
And then the extremity. I mean, you get into things like you have. The Hammer horror went even more sexual than it was. You got boobs, you got bush,
Yeah,
You
but
had
it was still
you had
period. It was still that gothic.
yeah, but then you got into early '70s stuff like Don't Look Now,
Right.
which had a lot of sexuality and it had a lot of, and then the Three Mother or the Three Animal, the Dario Argento's Animals
Animal.
trilogy and the Giallo movies, and then I think that by the time you get to Exorcist and Texas Chainsaw, the world had changed completely.
Yeah. It's all
Maybe I
interesting.
would say maybe Exorcist and Texas Chainsaw was the beginning, the dawn of the Bronze Age.
I mean, the real dawn of the Bronze Age was probably 79 with Dawn of the Dead. And Phantasm and those things, and then that really and no, I mean, come on, it's not 79. It would be 78. Halloween changed.
Yeah.
With a huge seismic
Well,
shift.
no, that's what I would say. I mean, you had Black Christmas in what, 74?
But it didn't do that well.
No,
It's
no.
only-
I
it's
would
only
say
retroactive.
Halloween. Yeah, I mean, I would say that because you also had after The Exorcist and you had The Omen, and those were those were kind of all of those are kind of those
And
were
of
all
course-
movies about Satan.
and
They're
of
all
course-
movies, the devil movie, like
And then you
Ruby
can't
and
count in the genre Jaws.
yeah, that was absolutely.
I mean, but that was such a seismic thing across everything. So it doesn't, it's like,
So okay,
it's all things to all. Jaws is all things to all people.
So my question to you is, are we in a fourth era?
We're in. I think we're definitely in a renaissance, and I think the thing is, I mean, I don't know if it's a renaissance. It feels like one. It's interesting because the early 2000s, you were getting a lot of, you're getting remakes. You're getting
And
remakes
J
and
horror
remakes
had come to our
and,
shores.
and before the remakes, before the early 2000s, you were getting the spawn of Scream. From 96 to the early 2000s, you were
Well,
getting
I think
those.
Scream though would have to be the end of the era because Scream was a big send up of the Bronze era of horror.
No, it's sort of like, I mean, maybe it's. Now that you mention it, it's very hard to define the eras. I think everyone's going to have different levels, but
Yeah, but
so
we're
then-
right and they're wrong.
So then the 2000s, you have the wall of remakes that go on for a while.
But that's kind of means your genre is moribund now. If you're having
Well,
remakes and rehashes and
I think that what it means is that the people who are making movies at that time had come of age and they just wanted to do the movies that they loved.
okay, now let me ask you this. Horror, modern horror especially, has always kind of been a reflection of the zeitgeist of the era. Like what's going on
Sure.
at the time. And the thing about remakes is those were like, well, there's nobody has any new ideas, so we're going to remake things and rehash things. But I think that we have seen whether you're talk like I remember seeing Robert Eggers' The Witch, and was that 2015 or something, and I was blown away by the fact that you got period folk horror that was so atmospheric and so. It was as if Ridley Scott wanted to make a folk horror movie or something. I was blown away by Robert Eggers' ability to elicit atmosphere and dread and all of that. I was,
It was very unusual.
Yes.
It was a very unusual movie to come out
Yes.
and be so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was great to see. And I mean, do we call that the A24 era? Because it gave birth. I mean, you had Ari Aster going on and making Hereditary and Midsommar,
But that was an interesting time because you not only had those, you had the rise of Blumhouse, you had the Conjuring going on, and the James Wan
the Insidious, and then Conjuring.
The whole thing going on, and then you also had A Quiet Place.
Yeah.
So it's a real interesting time where, again, it's funny because
And a lot more genres were at play too.
yeah, and they were unconventional. I mean, and the funny thing is they weren't necessarily. I know we talk about so much because so much is IP prevalent in what it seemed like movies have been for so long, Well, I guess when you really think about it, it's like, well, Insidious wasn't an IP at first. It was just a good movie.
No, its success made it
The
one.
Conjuring was a very loose IP, being, Ed and Lorraine Warren, but most people don't have a fucking clue who they were.
But the Conjuring franchise is now a $2 billion franchise.
Right. So that was the successful creation of an IP. People like Eggers are just attracted to what they're attracted to. So
Sure.
even he delved in with Nosferatu. He delved into IP, and it's weird because he is kind of doing his. You wonder, it's like, is he going to do a Frankenstein movie next? He's done his vampire, now his werewolf. Is he going to do his Frankenstein? Is he? Does that interest him in that period, sort of thing? I guess I would have. I would guess not, because I think after Guillermo del Toro's like super lavish Frankenstein, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's successful or not, I think people just like let it be for a while.
Well, and he brought back, Crimson Peak. Guillermo brought back the Gothic, Gothicness of it all.
I can be totally wrong. I think Crimson Peak I think he made that because Disney didn't allow him to make his Haunted Mansion movie.
Either way, it's a great.
So
I didn't love Crimson Peak, although
it's a beautiful looking movie. It's
Yeah.
a beautiful looking movie. It's interesting. So is this Nightmare Alley, which is very. But it's what. So what you were asking about is like, okay, well, if horror, being a reflection of our times and stuff like that. So what are things like? It's really interesting when you think about what is obsession. Pick the current real successes, saying what is obsession, what is Backroom saying about us as a society.
Well, I think that one of the
really
great things about obsession is it's dealing with. I think obsession is a reflection of. Here's the funny thing to me about youth, which is what drives horror, and the horror genre. The horror genre, first of all, is it's punk. It's rock and roll. It's a way you go to the movies to see how can I face my fear, which is
sorry.
No, I was going to say, kids haven't had to face, when you're young, you don't have a house, you don't have a mortgage, you're not going to be foreclosed upon, you don't have to, your anxiety is like, am I going to get an A in this course or whatever? And now kids don't even give a fuck about that. But at the time, you're facing your anxieties by going to horror movies, and it was, and then also you take a date and you can make out during a horror movie. And nowadays, people, that whole youth has completely shifted away from. You don't need to do any of that anymore. You can stay in the privacy of your own bedroom and get everything you need. You don't have to venture out to try and get a date to go with you to the drive-in or the movies to sit in the back and watch a horror film.
I think what we're catching up to now is the result of the effect of the pandemic on filmmakers, on these young filmmakers who were locked in. One, they're incredibly scrappy and they pulled themselves on their bootstraps and did it themselves. That's one aspect of the pandemic sort of thing, because Kane Parsons started Backrooms during the pandemic. Curry Barker was doing his stuff a lot with the people that he could hang out with and shoot with during the pandemic.
Sure.
So I think there's certain aspects of that. Never mind the reflection of the way things are socially now with the way youth interacts. Which honestly, because I don't interact with enough young people to really know exactly what that is. I hear what people think, that it's like, oh, everyone's just sort of shut in front of their screens and they don't know how to talk to people. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think what's interesting about obsession, very much, the way I can equivocate it, very much like Nightmare on Elm Street when that came out, with the anxieties that kids face.
Right. I'll buy that.
And it's tapping into an anxiety that the youth of today have, which is interaction and getting dates, and all that pent up sexuality, which isn't expressed a lot of the time healthily. But it doesn't have, but it's what it's saying is Freddy Krueger could be anyone. It doesn't have to be this one guy that was, doing.
Well, that's because parents were telling you there was a guy out there.
Yeah, it's one incidental, almost throwaway thing. This one wish Willy thing.
Well, I think what's really changed too for young people is that when you're constantly looking at a screen or you're relating to people on a screen and photos and Instagram and all this, the real world, obviously I loved girls when I was growing up. And one of the things about hanging out with girls, if you like girls, is you were constantly, this is the way I thought about it, to be in the presence of a girl that you liked. Everything she did, the way she turned her head, the way her hair blew in the wind, the way sometimes you'd catch a whiff of her perfume if you were walking behind her, the sound of her voice, all of these things were entrancing to me, and it was because you were there, you were in proximity to somebody, you could watch a girl walk down the street and you could watch the way she and everything about her, she was presenting herself, the clothes she wore, the colors that she was into, the makeup she wore, whatever it was. All of that I found attractive, but you were present for it. And nowadays everybody's looking at each other through their screens. When I was working in home video, when I was working in video space, I was across the street from this mall, the Bellevue Square Mall. And I knew a lot of girls, and I dated a lot of girls at the time that worked at Nordstrom. And they all worked at the cosmetic counter at Nordstrom. And when you went to go there to meet your girlfriend or whatever, they would introduce you to their friends that also worked at the cosmetic counter at Nordstrom. And there was a whole ecosystem that you would be a part of, and you might all go I wasn't old enough to get drinks yet. It was high school, and then it was a little bit of college. And you're meeting these people, and you're going places, and you're doing things, and you're hearing them talk, and it was lit. It was LIVIN. It was living, man. And it was awesome. And I think nowadays, the kids, maybe it was because of the pandemic, they weren't out in the world. You're going out in the world, and it literally the act of walking with somebody through a mall, where
right.
you're trying to talk as you walk, and you go into different stores, and you pick stuff out, and you rifle through records and music, and what do you like and what do you don't like? What are we going to go get to drink, or this, that, and the other thing? You're learning about people as you're interacting with them. And nowadays, because everybody's dealing with each other on screen, and we've read people's profiles, the way they've curated themselves. Nobody curated themselves when we were younger. You couldn't read a profile.
No, but they presented an image of themselves that they wanted you to believe was what they were.
Sure, but you still talk to them. You could see,
But I think that's the thing. I think that's sort of in a weird way a natural progression of where things have gone, where people are now more so. And again, my level of experience with how the youth of today actually works is unfortunately not very well. My perception is that they're more interested in, from the little I've heard, at least a faction of it is more interested in being seen. The influencer culture is such a big thing where people are just I'm just going to make money being myself, which is a very strange thing. We've gotten to we've gotten to the birth of the looks maxing thing, which is, I think, the looks maxing thing to me is a very David Cronenberg concept.
Oh yeah,
come to life in a very strange, frightening way of like, let's do meth and let's bone smash and things. These are like,
and by the way, those guys don't want to fuck.
But that's the thing. But they all are in pursuit of getting a girl.
But they're not. Like, you look at Clavicular. If you listen to his thoughts on if you listen to how he talks about women, he's completely not that interested in them.
No, but the whole catalyst was because women weren't paying him attention. So it's like, you have to be good looking, you have to ascend, and then you're desired and wanted. And the thing is,
it's all about looks. By the way, I just want to point out, Clarence Maxwell in the chat says bullies dumped a Slurpee on Rob's head. No, that never happened.
Rob was the bully.
I was not a bully, but I was friends with people, and I was able to get, when I turned 16, I was able to. I took orders and delivered booze at parties, so the upperclassmen were.
You knew people.
I knew people.
Top men. Top men.
Well, it was a very interesting working at a video store and selling video equipment back then. It was not like Blockbuster. Working at Video Space I was selling high-end video equipment to wealthy people. And then the people I work with were all in their 30s, so I could say, hey, can you buy me all this booze? And I could take orders. And sure. I did that when I was 16. And I did it only to meet older girls, but it worked well.
But I mean, that's the thing. But we're in this society, at least from my limited perception of things, of like, the influencer culture and thing. And like, people are not, you would think that, people want this to get laid, which always used to be the motivating factor, but now it's to be independently wealthy at a very young age and not have to do anything, not have to work, not have to do your career, which I'm just sort of like, are all these people, all these young people who are trying to become influencers, do they just hope that the 5-year window that they have, they make enough money that they never have to work again? I mean, maybe they're a lot smarter than we were, and they're invested. They're making sums of money, and they're investing it smartly or something. To me, it's fascinating because I was like, how is this going to last? I mean, some are going to have a very tragic fall.
But if you want to be an influencer, you have to have something that you want to influence.
Well, you also have to have something to say.
Yeah, well, and that
is smashing my face with a hammer will make you look better.
To be fair, Clavicular looks good. He's a handsome fellow.
Look, I think well, I had to look, that shit just started popping up on my feed because I watched a couple things. So I negated it on like YouTube. Now I'm on to what is the best true crime of the entire year, which is the bricks and minifigs scandal.
Dude, by the way, there's a bricks and minifigs store here in Redlands where I live.
There's one right down the street.
And I love it. And you know what? You know what? I met the guys.
And the thing is this: the Reckless Benz Part 3 came out on Friday.
I watched it.
I shared it with a bunch of people because we've all been I got them locked into it. It's fascinating.
Yeah, dude.
That's the true crime happening right now. Gripping true crime. It's like, wow.
About Legos. I met the guys who run he came out from the East Coast and you can get a franchise of bricks and minifigs. Right. And I walked in there one day. I was wandering around with Gabe downtown and I didn't even know it was there. And the guys knew me. I walked in, they're like, "Oh my God," because they watch YouTube and stuff. And I was like, "Hey guys, this is awesome. I love Lego." And it bums me out what I think about them all the time. How he started his own, like the bricks and minifigs name has been besmirched, and I because they're so great. The stores are so fun.
Yeah, unfortunately, the company destroyed have destroyed their own reputation, and it's a shame because what it is it's really affecting the franchises that have nothing to do with this entire thing.
I mean, it's a place where kids can go. They have a Lego, like you can go in there as a kid and you can build, you can play, you can enjoy yourself with Lego, and it's a truly happy place. And now the whole thing has been besmirched by this crazy ridiculousness.
The drop off on business across the country on this has been huge. It's really fascinating, guys. If you haven't heard about this bricks and minifigs sort of thing going on, look, free promotion. I think the guy's awesome. Just look up Reckless Ben on YouTube.
Yeah,
and $100,000 worth of Legos, and that'll get you on your path. His other videos are really, really interesting too. He's done McCamey Manor, which was this super extreme haunt that he basically got shut down. He went after a filmmaker called Lucifer Valentine, who made these horrible like underground movies that supposedly the rumor was that he actually like really hurt the people in the movies. That was an interesting one too. His stuff is very entertaining and very thorough and pretty funny.
Well, that's one of the things I think is great about YouTube is that it has given rise to people like him. And look, Kane Parsons and Curry Barker both were filmmakers for years, making things on YouTube. The Philippou brothers who did Talk to Me,
sure.
and
were YouTube people, and Markiplier.
And Markiplier who did Iron Lung, and also Zach Kreger, was part of a comedy troupe before he went and made Barbarian, and now he's got Resident Evil coming out, and beyond that, I hope he makes I call it the space movie, but The Flood, which I can't wait to see. So you have all of the, and I was two of my favorite people that I met as a result of this channel are the Pierce brothers,
right?
And the Pierce brothers, during the pandemic, their movie The Wretched, it was #1 at the box office when no one was.
I think it was the first movie to be that came out and premiered exclusively at drive-ins during the pandemic.
During the pandemic, and they're two of the nicest guys in the world. And not to name drop or anything, but last night or 2 nights ago, Brett asked me to come and watch a cut of their sequel, The Wretched Devours. And it's I don't know if it's the Empire Strikes Back of the Wretched movies, but because it's not done yet. But it was very much a very worthy follow-up to The Wretched, which I like to call pop folk horror. And it stars Sam Huntington, who was Jimmy Olsen in Superman Returns.
But Sam Huntington has been consistently working. He's done a lot of things. He's a really great actor that consistently works. Sort of like his co-star in Being Human, Sam Witwer, who
also an incredible actor,
a really great actor that you hear more than you see.
Mm-hmm. Which
incredible is probably by choice. I think with Sam, because I don't think the parts that he gets offered or goes out for.
You really mean Sam Witwer or Sam Huntington?
Yeah, Sam Witwer. I don't think. I mean, I don't want to speak because I don't want to speak for him or anything. But I don't think he's that interested in a lot of the stuff that's.
No, but he's a really smart guy.
But he'll pop up. He was in Riverdale. He pops up on things every now and then, of course, and. Yeah. Anyway,
I think he needs what he needs is a series like Widow's Bay. He needs to be in a horror series and play some kind of an antagonist. I think he'd be great. I mean, he's great as Darth Maul, but you don't see him. By the way, we have some super chats.
All right, let me get an ice cube while you start reading them.
Okay, I'll start reading them.
I'll be right back, guys.
I'll delve in.
Guys, I'm back, which means more bathroom breaks. More going to get ice cubes, all the stuff. Just randomly getting up and walking away.
He's walking away. So I'm going to start with Tommy Lee. Says, Rob, I've been watching.
Tommy Lee?
Not the Tommy Lee. 1603. Rob, I've been watching forever, and I don't know if I've ever sent a message. I don't know. Only you could tell me. You are my inspiration and the reason I love movies the way I do. Thank you for all you do. I love you, Rob.
Oh my God, it's like a Chicago song. You're my inspiration.
Are you back now? Can I put you back on camera?
No, not yet.
Okay, I won't. All right. Well, you know what, Tommy,
Okay,
that's very
now.
flattering. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. And the best thing that you can hear doing a YouTube show is if somebody feels that. Well, if somebody feels what you're doing is worthwhile, because basically, Robservations. The last episode I did was my 1,113th episode, which is just me pontificating, and that people still come is amazing to me. But hey, it's great. Come on, Dave.
He guys, he could have done another episode on Supergirl tonight, but he decided.
I'm bringing Dave back now.
We decided to bring me back, and I haven't seen Supergirl, guys. So, and
I did a triptych of Supergirl episodes. I'm very happy with them,
and I'm not going to see it. The next DC movie I'll see is Clayface.
Yes. Jacob Galbo says, Rob, are there any screenplay novels that you would recommend for younger aspiring writers? Now, I don't know what you mean by screenplay novels. If you're talking about screenplay books that teach you about screenwriting, there's a lot of good ones. First of all, Sid Field's books.
Screenplay
and story. And
that's Robert. That's Robert.
Robert McKee. Pardon me. Yeah. There's Robert McKee's story, and Sid Field's
screenplay.
And then there's a guy who talks about genre. I got to look up his name, but also Blake Snyder's, rest in peace, Blake. Save the Cat is an interesting.
People are. I think this, and you can
look, dude. I'm just saying. I'm providing information.
No, I know, but you can correct me if I'm wrong here. I think the best things to read is, if you want to know about screenplays and everything, pick your top 5 movies and read the screenplays, and read them and watch along with the movie and look at the screenplay. I think that's a way more valuable thing, and certainly, well, especially if you're looking to learn the best way to write a screenplay, because it's like Sid Field will talk about, Casablanca, and maybe Casablanca. Is it? Which one does he talk about a lot in screenplay?
It is Casablanca.
It's Casablanca. It's not going to be everyone's cup of tea nowadays and everything else, but you can. And the thing is, you can find a PDF of almost any screenplay that's been made now online. So it's easy enough to be able to watch them. So
I mean, there's a lot
over books.
But I would say that you can read books about screenplay structure and all that, but I really think it's also about storytelling itself. And I was going to say, buried around here, I'd have to look for it, but there's another author whose name escapes me now, who wrote a couple of really incredible books about genre that I think are worth reading.
Sure.
And also studying, the AFI top 100 films of all time. You want to study the best films of all time, and that's a great place to start. Get the screenplays for those films. Your favorite films, but I would say this. I don't think movies of the last 20 years are as well written as the movies that came out 20 years before that. I really do think that there has been some are. I'm not saying that everything is worthless, but I do think it's important to go back. I mean, if you look at movies like The Godfather, or you look at my favorite screenplay of all time is Joseph Mankiewicz's screenplay for All About Eve. Now, All About Eve is not everyone's cup of tea, but I do think it's the best screenplay ever written. In terms of, and I'm thinking beyond genre. Read things like Sunset Boulevard. I think Cameron Crowe's Almost Famous, the extended version, and Jerry Maguire are two brilliant modern screenplays.
I mean, one that people talk about, bring up a lot, is Walter Hill's version of Alien.
Yeah.
I mean, that changed the way Walter Hill wrote changed the way people think about screenplays. And that's pretty well documented. That
By the way, Major
Yeah,
Chai
but-
Chai
but-
says, "Hi, Dave. Missed you, friend."
hello, but Patty Chayefsky,
Chayefsky
read Network
Network, which I just got on 4K from the Criterion sale.
sale. Yeah, did you get Pee Wee's Big Adventure?
I did not. I need to get that.
Yeah,
I will.
Rob, come on.
Well, to be fair, I hadn't
hadn't
bought any Criterion discs since September of last year. So I caught up, but I couldn't catch up on everything. But yeah, I mean, I think in terms of in terms of writing, the more you read, the better your writing is going to be. And
I would say not worry so much about structure. I mean, you can grab the basics of a screenplay really quick, just make it interesting to read, but it's not a novel. I mean, but it's weird. But the thing is, like, how fascinating is it to read George Romero's Dawn of the Dead?
and compare it to the finished film.
That's like a book.
Right.
That's a thick.
Or read a
200-page
James Cameron scriptment.
Right, an 85-page scriptment.
But I would say this too. I think that people. I'm going to say something maybe controversial. I know, right? If you want to break into the film business now, you've got to do what Zach Kreger did, what Curry Barker did, what Kane Parsons did. Start making shorts. Start making things that people can watch. Don't write a screenplay and think you're going to sell it. What you want to do is you've got to become a filmmaker yourself. And the great thing is you have this platform that you're watching right now, which is free, where you can make your films, and whether they're comedy shorts, whatever they are, you can start making them and cutting your teeth, and then you are creating a body of work that people can look back at and go, like what Kane Parsons did. I mean, Kane, he started making backrooms videos. He met with James Wan when he was 16 years old. And, he taught himself Blender and was doing all the visual effects himself and doing his work. And the technology, there's no excuse. If you want to get into filmmaking, go make movies.
So what's our excuse?
I don't know. Do we have one?
No, I don't think we do.
I mean, Alvaro and I have talked about writing and making a vertical.
I think we're definitely
cosmic horror vertical.
I think we're definitely our own worst enemies when it comes to that. I think it's easier to, the problem is it's been easier to bitch and moan and complain and everything and how unfair everything is. And it's like, you know what? Fuck it. Who cares? So what? So what if it's unfair? Just go do it.
Life's unfair.
And the thing is, don't fucking worry about like what's in now, what's in vogue. Find what you're passionate about and put it into it.
Madonna's new album's good.
It
Just
doesn't
saying.
necessarily mean that it's going to hit with everyone or anything like that, but it's like it's better to go off and try to do something that you're really into than just try to chase a trend. I mean, and that comes from experience.
Yeah, I agree. Well, look, I mean, great stories are. I think what has always sold, and I can say this, is authenticity. I think the thing about today. First of all, the gatekeepers that work in studios know less about storytelling than ever before. Than ever in the history of the industry. They know less about, they've seen less movies. They've read less books.
And I think, yeah, you're right. And I think the detriment of that is, the danger of that is this. It's not enough to know better than them, because even though they are cinematic and almost technically illiterate in a lot of ways as far as like reading shit.
Certainly the people that make Star Trek. Oh wait, what?
But the thing is with but where I think the Kane Parsons of the world and Curry and probably Zach and stuff, they came at them with with stuff that they could look to that was successful. They had numbers behind them. So
well, if you look at Kane Pixel's Backrooms videos, there's millions of views, Millions and millions and millions.
I mean. So it's like, so
and
the
Markiplier had 70 million plus subscribers on his various platforms.
So that's what I mean. The thing is like the people, quote unquote, in charge. I mean, Markiplier is even a better case because he's like.
By the way, I did find
all the whole system. Fuck the studio system. Fuck everything. I'll do it myself, and arguably more successful than Obsession or Backrooms in a way because it's all his.
Right. By the way,
I
just want to interrupt. I found the book that I was looking for. One of the best. The best, I'm not saying the best in terms of all time, but there's a guy named John Truby, Truby, and he wrote a book called The Anatomy of Genres, and he wrote a lot of other books. Buy all of his books and read them. I do not get any kickbacks. He's not sponsoring this channel.
Can you post that in the chat so people, at least the guy's name, so they can...
Yeah, you know, I found him. I've been looking for him. I'm sorry, I have so much stuff socked away in this noggin. But
sorry, it's hot in here, guys.
there you go. I just put the list to. I didn't put an Amazon link, but his publisher Macmillan.
And his name again, just one more time.
John Truby. And
John
the anatomy, the anatomy of genres, how story forms explain the way the world works, and he has other books. I have 3 of his books, and they're great. They're really, really great examinations of genre. So I would highly recommend checking him out because very much worthwhile if you want to read. By the way, Castle Grayskull says that Dave and Robert, I've missed you. We've missed you too. When are you going to come to the States, Grace? When are you go? By the way, congratulations. I should say, but congratulations to England today.
Yeah.
So
nice.
I thought about that because Canada, but you know, England, they're close. It's a Commonwealth.
They're not close. They're as far as we are from England, but that's okay, Rob.
By the way, Tommy Lee has been watching since Midnight Metal started, and he believes to be 2021. I'll never forget the famous 6 to 8 hour episode when we were all pretty hammered.
I'm glad that it was. So it is Tommy Lee from Motley Crue. It's great. I'm just going to say that it is Tommy Lee from Motley Crue that watches us, and then we get cool points. Yes, and thank you for watching us slowly dissolve and melt away as the years go.
We're melting. We're melting.
Can you imagine, Rob? Did you ever see the clip or the meme? This is metal as well. It's of this old guy. He's playing in the band. The wind's blowing, and he's staring like this as the music's playing.
Yes.
With the mustache and everything.
Yes.
He looks like that's us. That's what we're going to become. We're going to be that.
I can only hope.
That is the lead singer of a band called Pentagram, in case you were wondering.
Speaking of bands, by the way, Kelvin Wellborn, all the way from down under, our man, he says, Dave, I saw Rose Tattoo Angry. Knocked it out of the park, I guess.
Nice. All right.
So, I love, Kelvin is our man from down under, and I saw he posted some pictures.
I've never been to Australia.
It's great. I was there for a long time.
No, I was in the Kiwi. I was in New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they don't get along, but I would love to. I'd love to. Rob, can you work in that? I'd love to go to Australia.
I would kill to go to Australia.
Some of the shit going back on, it's like, come on.
It's funny that you say that because just today I was contacted by somebody. My dream is to go to Japan. I was going to go in 2010 when the space battleship Yamato live action movie came out.
Right.
And the girl I was dating at the time, she went without me because I couldn't make it work.
Was that MF?
No, that was TJ.
Oh.
Yeah, that was after. That was post MF.
TJ.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, wow. She went to Japan.
I didn't know. I didn't. She's always been very nice to me.
TJ's great.
She's always been very nice to me.
Thoroughly fucked that up.
You know who I miss too? We're reminiscing here, guys. Just Sean Pulaski.
Oh, I love Sean Pulaski.
She's hilarious.
She's doing a show in Laguna, I think, this weekend.
Well, it is the weekend, Rob. It's probably tonight. It's probably happening right now.
Yeah, could be. By the way, Darth Plato says, if Austria were in the World Cup, they could have joined England, France, and Spain and have had a rematch of the War of the Spanish Succession. Actually, if Switzerland beats, was it Argentina?
Yeah.
If Switzerland, it'll be an all-European World Cup.
It's never going to happen. Switzerland beating Argentina? Come on.
I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm just saying.
Uh-oh.
What?
No, just like, oh, here's your reminder that your automatic payment's going to be going through soon. I'm like, I don't have money
for something you bought?
No.
Oh.
For credit card debt, you fucker. I don't have money. I don't buy things anymore. I bought the Day of the Dead 4K, right? From Scream Factory. And then because the sound's fucked up, I returned it. And I'm waiting for the second sight one.
It's so funny. It's like the most well-kept secret in the world. That's second.
But when I noticed,
second sight is not announced.
I know, but I'm getting it because that'll be the one. And the thing is, I noticed the audio on that immediately.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, isn't the Laserdisc audio on there?
Yeah, but do you want that as your default? Come on. And the extras are all shot on Zoom. They're terrible.
Yeah, I know.
The new extras, except the documentary, the feature-length documentary, which I co-edited. That's on there.
Well, Vodio Do. Congratulations.
Yeah, just so you guys know, on that disc, but I'm sure it's going to be ported over. Day of the Dead. I'm so happy Romero didn't get the budget that he wanted to make his.
I have that original script, and it's insane. It's insane.
The making of Day of the Dead by Lee Carr is an incredible read, but I'm glad that he had to make this because I think if he had gotten to make Day of the Dead the way he originally wanted to, it would have just been Dawn of the Dead 2.0.
Yeah. I love Day of the Dead.
I love it. So anyway, I got this. Not that this is the great, but so I traded in and I got credit at Amazon for Day of the Dead. So one of the things I got was this thing.
I can't. House of a Thousand Corpses. Is that a book? What is that?
It is. Yeah, it's the book. It's the screenplay with all the notes and production designs.
Wow, when did that come out? That's dope, dude. What's so cool?
It's like 300 pages long and oversized book. It's really nice. But so if you're into Rob Zombie and metal, it's metal. There you go.
Are you more human than human?
Well, clearly, some days.
That's really cool. It's really nice.
Yeah, that's fun. So I'm trying to think what else.
Dave, we haven't even got to the Evil Dead.
Yeah, before we talk about Evil Dead, the whole series and Evil Dead Bird and everything, can we talk about the best movie that's come out this year?
Well, let me go full frame on you, Dave, because I don't even know what to say. I think you're going to say the same thing I'm going to say, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then I have to come with you.
This is the most metal movie.
This is the most metal movie ever, but it's also probably the most unlikely movie ever.
Especially
so Dave,
coming from me.
I can't believe it came. And by the way, I can't believe it came from me either. I was as shocked as anyone else because this was a film that 2 years ago I first saw footage from at CinemaCon. Then this year I saw footage from CinemaCon, and I didn't really understand. I'm like, what is this movie? Mm-hmm. But it was written 10 years ago.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, by Craig Mazin, who co-created The Last of Us with Neil. Yeah.
He did?
Yes.
He wrote it?
He wrote the screenplay based on a book.
And if you want, again, going back to screenplay, guys, Craig Mazin does this amazing podcast with John August called Script Notes, which is
unbelievable.
great for screenwriters.
Great for screenwriters, and so Mason created the unbelievable Chernobyl miniseries,
Right.
but he co-created The Last of Us with Neil Druckmann, and he wrote the script like 10 years ago. It didn't get made, and then it finally got made, and it was directed by a man who came out of animation, who directed the first Minions film, and you can tell, because even though this is live action, I think it's his first live action movie, this film is brilliantly directed.
This tops everything.
Every single shot in it is brilliantly directed.
I'm telling you, this tops everything I've seen over Project Hail Mary, everything. This movie captures a magic of going to the movies that I have not felt in years.
And you know, I have a whimsical streak. But it's a very specific whimsical streak. And if you want to see a movie if you want to really understand me, if people want to know who is Rob Burnett, there is one movie that if you watch it, you can kind of understand my whole approach to the world. And that movie is Jean-Pierre Jeunet's Amélie.
I knew that.
Which is one of my favorite films of all time. Maybe it's unlikely, but in terms of its worldview, which is there is magic around every corner, and everything that happens to you can be considered magical if you come at it from the right perspective.
Yeah.
So that Dave and I, when Dave told me this, I felt the same way. I couldn't believe that he and I, we've been friends for so long, so it's not totally. So Dave, why don't you tell the folks at home what movie you're talking about?
Well, it's The Sheep Detectives, which is now on Amazon Prime, and everyone who's got an Amazon account can watch this thing, and they should. And I was more shocked than anyone, like seeing this movie and not knowing all the things, and I saw the trailer once, but I just heard it's like, oh yeah, this is really good. Like, you should check it out. You shouldn't sleep on this. So I was like, all right, let's go. And charmed from beginning to end in a way that I have not felt
up until, by the way, the final shot, which made me cry.
I mean,
did you not?
It's such a rare thing these days to walk out of a movie and feel really good.
Yep.
And not only know that you saw a really good movie, but you feel good. And again, which is way over Project Hail Mary, which again, look, the fact that Project Hail Mary could get me emotional about a rock is kind of amazing. Not kind of, it is amazing.
It is amazing.
And it really did. I mean, The Rock had more personality than Ryan Gosling, but that's a whole nother thing.
Now.
But it's true. And I don't mind Ryan Gosling, but, he's a little more stony than Rocky was. But yeah, Sheep Detectives, I'm telling you guys, it's like, and then you'll go, I fucking saw that. Fucking sucked. What the fuck you talking about? It's like, then you...
Well, to be fair, different strokes for different folks.
No, of course, it's different. No, I was really surprised. And yeah, because I'm someone who likes his dark shit and everything else. And, I'm the guy who's looking forward to seeing the movie Hungry about the killer hippo that's out now.
I didn't know that movie was out.
Really? You didn't know that there was a movie
called
Hungry about a killer hippo that's out now?
It's out now, see what they did there.
It's about time someone did it.
I'm in.
Oh yeah, but I'm telling you, I know it's like Sheep Detectives, just so great, so much
fantastic.
Fun. I enjoyed Michael, though I feel it's a very imposed upon safe movie. Again,
yeah.
It covers a period of time where the controversies weren't really there. And I get it. It's a celebration of the guy's life, and in that sense, it's really uplifting. And the funny thing is, it's like the only part that I felt like, oh, he doesn't look right is the thriller section.
Oh yeah,
didn't get his face, even in the zombie makeup, didn't get right. But it was charming to see that they had that they had a Rick Baker and a John Landis.
Yeah,
I was just like, oh, this is great, because I grew up with the making of Thriller.
It was incredible. I had it on Laserdisc.
I did too. I have a bird of it on DVD somewhere.
I had that Laserdisc, the small. No, it was
I
like.
wish they would re-release that. I wish Landis would re-release it because he owns it.
Yeah, my two. Well, Dave.
I'm coming back. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll go full frame because it's Stubble McShave. Stubble McShave's asking a question. Stubble asks, "I woke up. Did you get the tip I sent earlier?" Yes, and not only did I get the tip you sent earlier, I answered you on X about that.
Oh my.
Oh my. Since you're asking, I can just go ahead and read the tip. By the way, if you want to leave a tip and you don't want to leave a super chat or something, you can leave a tip. It's in the link below. The tip link is below.
And he'll make
and
sure
Stubble McShave said, "Have you listened to the new Rolling Stones album?" We did talk about it earlier at the top of the show. I didn't know there was a new Rolling Stones album that was, by the way, released yesterday, Foreign Tongues. And because of your tip, I listened to the whole album. And Stubble says these. Actually, I didn't finish. Let me read because this is a great point, a very salient point he makes. Have you listened to the Rolling Stones album? Honestly, these guys have no right putting out such a good album at their age. And I would say, Stubble, of course they do. Great art. I mean, the Rolling Stones have become the Martin Scorsese, the Ridley Scotts. I mean, Clint Eastwood finally retired at 96. Bill Shatner is killing it at 95. There is no reason
still going.
Anybody has to quit. Create until I'm 6 feet under. I want to slide into home plate, my mortality with a drink in my hand. And, like Kirk said in Generations, it was fun.
Yeah.
But I never want to stop creating. Don't stop. By the way, Dave, here's another thing. How old is Steve Perry, the lead singer of Journey? Quickly, don't look it up. How old do you think the lead singer of Journey is?
67.
77.
No way.
Dude, holy fucking shit. I heard that. I was reading that today. I'm like, Steve Perry is 77 years old? I'm going to die soon. But I'm going to still believe. You can don't stop believing, but when you get to the Lost Boys, you still believe. Just saying.
I guess the Broadway show of the Lost Boys has a hunky saxophone player.
It does, apparently. Yes, you can. Amazing.
That's pretty cool. I mean, how could it not? But yes.
Darth Plato has fired in some tips, and I want to read Darth Plato's tips. Let's see. Ulf is a great contradiction of character. He's a co-kingmaker and a bastard. People online are missing this, but Ulf is a bastard in the formal. Are you talking about House of the Dragon? and the format, it affects his social status. Now, this doesn't mean anything to us as people here and now as it mattered in the age of serfdom. It goes to legitimacy, which was hugely important in the story setting. The irony, because Ulf has a dragon, he is a kingmaker. On the other hand, he can't make himself anything. A peasant with a dragon is the ultimate contradiction in Westeros. Okay, this must have come out first of all, have you been watching House of the Dragon season 3?
I don't have HBO.
Bruh, that shit. You know that guy on Instagram? Dude, this rips. You know what rips? Rips? Season 3 of House of the Dragon. Oh my God, 3 episodes, and they're all different, and they all are bangers.
That's cool. I've only watched 1 season of Game of Thrones and a couple episodes beyond that. And they were just the episodes that Neil Marshall directed.
Oh, yeah. Well, he directed the Battle of Blackwater Bay, season 2.
I know. I watched it with him when it premiered.
It's fantastic. Dave, we got to talk about Evil Dead.
We do have to talk about Evil Dead. But first, wait, just a little business, little rock and roll business.
Okay, well, let me go full frame on you. If there's a little rock. No, I'm going full frame.
Okay. Well, rest in peace, Bonnie Tyler.
Total eclipse. She had a total eclipse of her life.
But rest in peace, Bonnie Tyler. The fact that, I mean, again, I think she was one of the singers on Streets of Fire for Jim Steinman.
Yep.
One of many. But yeah, I mean, her hits were legendary. Her voice was legendary. So really, that was sad. 75. Rest in peace, Bonnie Tyler. And that was the rock news that I have. I have not listened to the Rolling Stones album yet, but now I'm going to. And Rob has fixed his hair and he's ready to go. We're ready to talk about. We're ready to burn, baby.
We're going to talk about Evil Dead. By the way, in 16 years, I'm going to be 75. Just so you know. How fucked up is that? I'm going to die soon.
I hope I get to 75. I will, but not tonight. So anyway, okay.
Hang on a second. Coach Sipping Jamba Juice says, Rob, what is your favorite Bond film?
Only Rob gets to answer this? Okay.
Well, he asked, but you said Rob. I mean, I'm sure you can answer this too. Here's the funny thing about the Bond franchise. I love the Bond franchise. But the thing about the Bond franchise is there's, the different eras have... I mean, my favorite... You know what, to be honest... I'm going to say something I never really say publicly, but I'm going to say it only because the place that I saw this movie was destroyed 3 weeks ago in Bellevue, Washington, where I saw this movie, where I saw Star Trek the Motion Picture, where I saw Superman the movie, where I saw Logan's Run. In 1977, I saw The Spy Who Loved Me at the John Dan Cinema. And it was the first James Bond movie I saw in the movie theater. And growing up, in the 70s, they played Bond movies on ABC. And whenever they played Bond movies, it was a big deal. Every kid watched them tonight on the ABC Sunday night movie. It was a big deal. And I'd have to beg my parents to stay up because it was always past my bedtime because, like, Thunderball ran for 3 hours or whatever. And... to be honest, if I was going to be totally honest with you, only because it was the first Bond movie that I saw in the theater, I have to say, as a overall franchise favorite, The Spy Who Loved Me is probably my favorite James Bond movie. But it was only because how I felt about it as a 10-year-old. It came out a few months after Star Wars had come out that summer, and I loved it so much because I already loved James Bond. But I think I've got to give you the eras because From Russia with Love and Goldfinger are neck and neck for my favorite Connery Bond movies. On Her Majesty's Secret Service is one of my favorite Bond films of all time. Spy Who Loved Me is my favorite Roger Moore Bond. Living Daylights is my favorite Timothy Dalton Bond. GoldenEye is my favorite Pierce Brosnan Bond. And Casino Royale is by far Daniel Craig's greatest Bond film. I know. Rob, what about Skyfall? No, Skyfall is a movie where James Bond fails from the opening credit sequence or the pre-title sequence to the end of the movie. He fails. I understand it's beautifully shot, it's brilliantly directed. It's a movie that's ripping off The Dark Knight.
It's got one of the best Bond songs.
One of my favorites, by the way. It's
great Bond song.
But one of my favorite Bond songs is, and I'm a Quantum of Solace apologist, Another Way to Die by Jack White and Alicia Keys. That is a dirty, deep, it's just a fucking rad fucking jam, man. I love that song. I mean, I love Another Way to Die.
Okay.
Because who's got a slick trigger finger for Her Majesty? It's so good. Anyway, so, what are your favorite Bonds, Dave?
My favorite Connery is Goldfinger. For sure. Though Thunderball is pretty great. I really enjoy Thunderball. And I'm just talking about not always the story, but the viewing experience of watching them. For Roger Moore, because look, I was born later, so Spy Love Me, I saw later on and stuff like that. So, I mean, I could say, I won't say. I would say Live and Let Die is my favorite Roger Moore.
Okay.
And with Dalton, License to Kill, is that the first one or the second one?
That's the second one.
I like his, I like the action in that one more. Goldeneye for sure with Brosnan, and Casino Royale with Craig. I will say besides Goldfinger being my favorite Bond song, there's also View to a Kill is one of the great Bond songs, way better than the movie.
Yes.
I love it because that was my era. I
reviewed View to a Kill in my high school newspaper, and I said it was boring.
I think the thing is, I think the most underappreciated Bond song is Katie Lang's Surrender. And it should have been the main theme.
It should have been. It's such a great song. So good.
For Tomorrow Never Dies. And Tomorrow Never Dies has some amazing action in it.
I love Tomorrow. You know what? Tomorrow Never Dies is a great Bond film, and they cut it down. If you read I hate to say I've read this, but the novelization for Tomorrow Never Dies is way better than the movie. And they cut ideas out of that movie and put them into World Is Not Enough. But I think Tomorrow Never Dies is great. It's got great action. It's really shot well. But Jonathan Pryce could have been one of the great Bond villains. But then he's the only good news is bad news.
Yeah, it should have been so much better.
Yeah,
but there's
Goldeneye. Great stuff in it.
But Goldeneye, which again. Tina Turner, great Bond song.
Written by the Edge and Bono.
Really, really interesting Eric Serra take on the whole Bond thing. I know that, they had to bring back, traditional Bond music with it for the tank scene, which made everyone happy when you have this really interesting score and then you get the traditional. I thought that worked really well. And you get, Xena on a top. I mean, come on. You get Famke, you get the introduction of Famke Johnson, to us in the world.
Oh yeah,
a great Bond female villain. So
yeah, no, for sure.
So who is your? I mean, this is tough, but top Bond girl.
Well, I did like Agent Anya Masova, XXX. Because she was smoking hot. But I love Eva Green in Casino Royale.
Right. That's great. Maud Adams, she was so good. She was a Bond girl twice.
She was a Bond, yeah. And I liked her in Octopussy. She was cool in Octopussy. She was cool in Mouth Golden Gun. But, I got to say, my favorite, Diana Rigg in On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
I would say, in some ways, Ursula Andress does take the cake as being the very first one.
Yeah.
And just so iconic. So iconic that they had Halle Berry duplicate it.
Yeah. No, she's good, but like if I could shack up with one Bond girl, it would be Diana Rigg in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. It's too bad she gets assassinated.
Not Carolyn Monroe.
No, because she was a villain. She was a villainess. She would kill you.
Who doesn't want the villain? Come on.
Naomi. Plus, she's dubbed in the movie. They didn't even go with her real voice.
Well, because she's got the same governor. Talk.
I know. So there you go, Coach Sipping Jamba Juice. That's a great question. Castle Grayskull says, "Have you heard of I can't pronounce this. Angine de Poitrine?
No.
Isn't she some avant-garde guitar player in Montreal or something?
I was going to say, she must be, is she Canadian? She's got to be Canadian.
Yeah, but she's like art rock, right? I don't
know art rock.
I don't know. I've heard of her, but I don't know much about her. Major Chai Chai asks, favorite Hitchcock film, Robert and Dave. Oh, that's an easy question for me.
Okay, go for it.
Rear Window. Bar none.
Really? Really?
Rear Window is my
Really?
absolute favorite
Really?
Hitchcock movie. I love that movie so much, and I'll tell you why.
Wait, so seriously, Rear Window.
Rear Window, 100%.
Mine
Now,
too. Mine too.
Really?
Absolutely. 100%.
Here's the thing about Rear Window. First of all, Grace Kelly is one of the most beautiful women in the world, but in that movie, you have a woman like Grace Kelly who all she needs to stay overnight at Jimmy Stewart's house is a small bag packed with military precision, which, by the way, is the most science fiction shit I've ever seen in my life. No woman could ever pack a bag that small with that kind of military precision. And she
brings 21 over for dinner.
It brings 21 over for dinner, and she is the most beautiful woman, and she truly loves Jimmy Stewart more than anything in the world. And how spunky is she that she is willing to put her life on the line to find out the truth? I mean, and I love Rear Window because my dream girl is Grace Kelly's character in that movie.
I mean, the
Plus,
fact
it's
that
great.
he gave her this special slow motion shot, that profile slow motion kiss
Oh,
is just amazing. I'm so glad Rear Window has always been my favorite Hitchcock.
now I would say, yeah, me too. And the first time I saw it, by the way, was when it was re-released in '85. Remember when they re-released all the 5 Hitchcock films they released? Rear Window, Vertigo,
Psycho,
Rope.
The Birds.
Yeah, and they released them. Universal did.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I'd ever seen Rear Window was in the theater, and I'm like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever. Now I love Vertigo. I do love Vertigo, but I don't
that's
love
the thing.
Vertigo
I
as
love
much.
many Hitchcock movies, but
Yeah.
Rear Window has always been my favorite. It's
So
always been.
I know my hair is an issue, but I gotta get my hair
No,
cut.
it's not. You know
It
what it
is.
reminds me of? It reminds me of someone I saw Thursday after seeing Evil Dead Burn, which was Chris Gore.
Yeah, I gotta grow. I know. I gotta grow my beard back. And by the way, I'm on Chris Gore's Indie Filmmakers panel at Comic-Con this year.
You're lucky. I am on no one's panel at anywhere at Comic-Con, and I'll be appearing here live in my own apartment. I haven't been to Comic-Con since, I want to say, like 2012. Fuck, it's been so long. But I don't miss it because there was so many years that we went
Yeah.
en masse as a group where it was so good, and there was a time when it was like a group of at least 30 of us going around everywhere.
Yeah.
That was so much fun that it'll never get to be that again.
No. It's just a different world, and that was when a lot less people went. You know, it wasn't a
Well,
global.
the fact that it takes a half hour to just cross the street is unappealing to me.
Yeah. But I have to say, Comic-Con '94, when we were there with Full Moon, you and I were there with Full Moon.
My first Comic-Con, and that was amazing.
'94. That's when I met Tanya.
I know.
Tanya
I remember
Blanza.
that. I remember my hair was really, really long. It was
Yeah.
like the peak of its longness, and really, it was really. I looked really good. And we had a really fun time. But then there were times with like Lisa Reen years that were really fun.
Yeah. Yes, they were.
Yes, they were. We had a lot of good years. There was a lot of really good years. I do miss that, but I know that it will not ever be that.
No,
way.
it'll never. Well, I mean, and also because we were younger, and it was
affordable and exciting.
Yeah, it was affordable.
It was
Now
affordable.
it's neither. But it's still. I mean, I can't believe my first Comic-Con was 1988, which I can't even.
Which doesn't seem that long ago, does it? Not really.
No, it kind of does. I mean, to know that I've lived here, that June 4th was my anniversary of coming to LA.
I know, but you're
You
not
know.
really in LA anymore. It's funny, guys. You have to realize this too. It's like,
Well, I mean,
you
dude,
know,
I've been in I was driving all over LA. I went to Brian Fuller's house this week. I went to Michael Rosenbaum's house this week. And that's Silver Lake and Lookout Mountain. I mean, I was in LA, you know.
Yeah, you were. But the funny thing is, guys, you don't realize, like, I've seen Rob twice this year in person, and that was a big deal because we don't see each other that often.
No, because I moved. Yeah, I moved. It's interesting. I don't. But LA, man, every place I went to in LA is gone, closed, gone. It's bummer.
A lot is, yeah.
Signal Strength has a question for us. Says, good to see you, Dave. Question for you both. Any projects in the works that you're able to discuss? Love to see you guys complete another project together.
Rob, you're working on stuff. You're always working on stuff.
Well, our movie White Devils, that it got picked up for distribution, and it's coming out in January. I can't say who's putting it out yet, but it's coming out. It's it's a low budget, micro budget film that I'm producing, and now I'm post supervising it, and we're getting it ready to come out, dealing with the trailers and all the deliverables right now. So that's cool. And then my audio drama, True Noir, I just got it. They put it out on the distribution company, put it out on CD, which I just got, which is really cool to have a physical media version of it. I'm still working, and now that the perks from the Kickstarter campaign, I can finally really work on. I had to wait until I've got the soundtrack album I'm doing. I've got the Blu-ray that I'm doing. They're great. The soundtrack album, the Blu-ray, they're both really, really good. So those I can finally finish. And then I wrote a book. Believe it or not, I wrote a book, and I finally got this. It's 15 chapters, and the first 2 chapters the introduction to chapter 1 is done, and it's a book about Star Trek and my life and my feelings about Star Trek and the season 3 of Picard, and it's 65,000 words, and I'm cutting it down right now. And what I'm trying to do is I think I'm going to crowdfund the printing of it, but I want it to come out September 8th, which is the actual 60th anniversary of Star Trek. I don't know if anyone will buy it, but I'm proud of the book. I finally yesterday got the introduction and chapter 1 done. I'm like, this is done.
But the exciting part is when you do the audiobook, because people will listen to the
I've tested that. I've tested that where I will probably do the audiobook with this microphone.
I didn't even know you had a second microphone. Look at you.
Yeah, this is a Shure microphone. I've had this almost 2 years, and I've never hooked it up.
Wow.
I know, right? But I think I'm going to do it with that. And yeah, so those are and then of course the True Noir motion picture ekes slowly to the finish line. But there's a lot of interesting stuff. I can't say who or what or how it's involved, but the company that is interested in it is going to make a big announcement at Comic-Con, not about the movie, about themselves. So I can talk about that afterwards, after Comic-Con. So yeah, that's
as far as me, it's been a weird time. I mean, I've been working on a lot of ideas and more just for my own enjoyment right now. I'm trying to figure out which one to actually break down and actually try to write. And honestly, it's not like I have an avenue to even get it to someone to even consider it at this point, or any of them. So but at least I've gotten past the point of going, oh well, what are people going to respond to and stuff, and just sort of okay, well, I have this idea, I like this, I like this, I like this, not worrying about what's trending or what's hot or anything, and just sort of, so I don't know. I'd love to be able to do something, but I just, the problem is, the budgets are slashed so much, and if you're not someone who went viral on YouTube, which is look, I mean, the reality is that at my age, it's very difficult that I'm going to like break out into the studio thing. It's tough enough just to like sort of get an indie.
I hear the Swing Out Sister song, Break Out. Sorry.
So yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I inundate Rob with like I make, I come up with ideas, and I make a lot of posters for them, and I send them to Rob, and he goes, oh yeah, that's cool. But he hasn't like gone. He hasn't. Rob's a litmus test of like, if I send, he'll be like, fuck, that's it. That hasn't happened yet, guys. So
they're
still working.
They're
on
good
that.
ideas.
They're fine ideas. I mean, I think if we were in a different era and people were more amiable to doing just sort of interesting little movies, that I have a lot of cool things that could be done, but they can't be done for like no money.
That's the problem.
And that's the problem. It's like I can't make something for $100,000 and like expect it to be. It's too compromised. So honestly, I don't know, guys. And then it's been something that I've been struggling with, and probably why I've been away for a while, because it's the business can. I've allowed the business to wear me down way too much. And now I've gotten to the point where it's just like, stop, just whatever. It's like, I got to figure out how to survive all this and everything, and hopefully continue to do it, in a way. But we'll see. So really it's all unknown, but we'll worry about that later. Let's get into the main topic finally, if we can.
We've only been talking for an hour and 40 minutes, but that's good.
Well, shocking how this happens to us.
Okay, Dave, I'm going to ask you. Okay.
Let's talk history.
Evil Dead. Let's talk about our history with Evil Dead. The Evil Dead franchise has now been with us for 45 years. As I said, 6 movies, a TV series, the revival in 2012 that brought back the Evil Dead concept. We're getting Evil Dead Wrath that's coming out in 2028.
Yep.
There's comics, there's video games, Ash versus Evil Dead, there's TV shows.
Board games.
People love the Evil Dead.
It's gone so far beyond, I'm sure, where Sam Raimi, Rob Tappert, and Bruce Campbell ever thought it would ever go from the original. But like you... Well, my experience with the Evil Dead was on home video in 1983, when it was it a Thorn M video release?
It was Thorn EMI, yeah.
It was the hard box,
and it had come out in Britain before it came out in the United States on video.
Right. So around 1983, when I was renting everything, and it was like, I had no idea. At that time, I wasn't reading Fangoria, so I didn't know that Stephen King had said anything. And
I did.
I was young and didn't know. So it was like, we rented it one weekend, just like we rented like Pieces the weekend before or something like that.
You don't have to go to Texas for a chainsaw massacre.
You sure don't. And God, if you guys have not experienced Pieces, you're missing out. But yeah, so home video, VHS, or beta, it might have been beta that I watched. I didn't have a beta, but friends did, that I experienced the Evil Dead for the first time. And I just not the same power that the original Texas Chainsaw had on me when I watched it, but I didn't feel safe at all, because you didn't recognize anyone. It was so down and dirty and low budget, that first movie. And it's just something that stayed with you. It just was like, yeah, it was that. So that was it. And then it grew, like 1987, which was really my era of like, that was the time when I was really into Fangoria and everything. So Evil Dead 2, and then that came out in 87, and that was just like the floodgates like I'd never seen anything like it. It was just it was slick. It was amazing. It was all these things that, it was just like the camera, like things I had never seen before, the camera tricks and filmmaking and everything else in a way that was so gonzo that, it was just incredible. So that had such a huge impression on me. And funny enough, which is crazy to believe, and I know you can relate to this, we get to Army of Darkness. I'm in LA. I've moved here.
Yep.
And I'm going to set. I knew someone who I had met someone who knew Rob Tapper and those guys, and I went to the set of Army of Darkness, and it was when they were shooting the pit with the pit witch and everything and all that. So, and I went there twice. So I saw Bruce fighting the pit.
Was that on the? Was that an Introvision?
That was an Introvision.
Yeah,
I didn't go. I never went to the castle location in Palmdale.
Oh yeah, the pit set though. I was there. I don't know if I ever saw you there.
No,
but
we didn't know it. I don't think we knew it. Well, did we know it? We had met because we met at USC, but I didn't see you there.
Yeah.
And then because I remember I went there twice because I went there one time during the pit, and then it was during some of the battle stuff.
Yep.
Because Bruce was in the Evil Ash makeup.
Yep.
At the time that I was on set, that time. So yeah, it was amazing. It was crazy.
So for me, Evil Dead was notorious because of Fangoria and what Stephen King had said about it, and it was like the most, it was the billing of it like the most relentless horror film, whatever people had said about it. And I was insane to see this movie. I mean, in the early 80s, I was, I read every Stephen King book. I was reading every horror novel that came out. I was living vicariously through the pages of Fangoria magazine. Now, I want to say that as I'm looking this up, Evil Dead was originally released on October 15th, 1981, and then it was released again theatrically in April of 1983. Now, I'm thinking about this. I think I saw it theatrically. I know I saw it at the Coliseum Theater in Seattle. I went with friends of mine, and I want to say that I saw it in 83. I think that sounds right to me. And then it, like you said, it came out on Thorn EMI home video. Now here's the funny thing about that. I had a friend of mine buy it for me. It cost like $100 buying the videotape. They bought it for me in the UK. I did not know that the UK had a different video standard.
Right.
So they brought me back and if you know the Evil Dead, it has this really drawn the Evil Dead poster in the UK.
Oh, it was the Graham Humphreys poster.
The Graham Humphreys poster, yeah. And it's very illustrated. That was the cover of the Thorn EMI video box. And I spent a lot of money to get this videotape, and they brought it back, and I put it into my player, and it would not play. And this was an important lesson, kids. I did not know there were different video standards around the world. I didn't know what PAL was. I didn't know it ran 25 frames. I had no idea what was wrong. All I knew is I thought my friend who got me the tape did something wrong, and I was pissed, and I didn't know. And then I did research because I worked in home video then, and I figured out what happened. And I was like, okay, I couldn't be mad. So I couldn't watch the tape. But I had the tape before I saw the movie theatrically. So I had to have had the tape before 83. So we went and saw it, and I was blown away.
And obviously before it became a video nasty over there.
Yeah, totally. And I love the movie. When I saw it theatrically, I love the movie so much. I love the fact that, it was low budget, but that movie had bite. Like the tree rape scene and the violence in it. And even though it was a lot of fake shemps, even though it was all, I didn't care that it was low budget. It was me, as Christian Bale or Christian Slater says in True Romance, it was mean, surly, and rude. and I loved it, and it was so great, and like and you know what? There was like no rules, and the Deadites were just these anarchists. They just didn't care. Like you had these demons from hell that would fuck you up. There was no remorse. You couldn't deal with them. They will fuck you up, and I loved. It was so mean-spirited. Everybody was off. No one was off limits. There was no final girl. There was a final guy, but I loved it so much. I loved the music. I loved the atmosphere, and I'm like, this was low-budget horror at its finest. And again, Sam Raimi showed off his chops. And then I want to say, Dave, I did not like Evil Dead 2.
No?
I didn't like it. I didn't like it because it replayed, the first 15 minutes replayed all of Evil Dead 1, and then it was, it had this weird miniature work, and it was goofy. And Evil Dead 1 was ferocious, but the humor it worked all together. And I felt that Evil Dead 2 leaned into the humor, and it wasn't relentless horror enough. The balance that Evil Dead 1 struck so beautifully was skewed over because, and by the way, I had also seen after Evil Dead, I had seen Sam Raimi's movie The XYZ Murders, aka Crime Wave, at the Seattle International Film Festival, which was pretty goofy.
Very.
So you could see where Sam Raimi's heart was. Like I didn't know him seeing Evil Dead, but seeing XYZ Murders, I'm like, okay, I get who this guy is, And then, by the way, I had the Japanese laser disc of Evil Dead, and I got that. I want to say I got it in 87, 88. But I know I had it before June of 88, and I moved to California. Or maybe, no, that's not true. I know when I had it, though, I got a job at Warner Brothers. This is the second job I had in the industry. So I worked on Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 in the summer of 89. And in September of 89, I was a management trainee working for the senior vice president of production at Warner Brothers. And there, a senior VP of creative was Lisa Henson, Jim Henson's daughter.
Yep.
And I was totally enamored. I was totally enamored of her. I was in her office every day. We would talk about things.
Where this is going.
And I don't know why, somehow we were talking. Sam Raimi was recording the score for Darkman on the Warner Brothers lot. And Lisa said, I think Lisa was dating Sam at the time.
Absolutely. He was.
They
were definitely dating.
They were dating, and Lisa said to me, my boyfriend is making a movie, and and she told me who he was. I'm like, oh my God, you're dating Sam Raimi? And I was like, do you think he would sign my Laserdisc? And so I brought my Japanese Laserdisc down, and she like set up this date for me and Sam Raimi where we met at the Warner Brothers, like they have a coffee booth or whatever. And I went out and met him, and he goes, hey, first of all, nicest guy in the world. And he signed my disc. He wrote Beast Witches on my Laserdisc, Sam Raimi. And then he goes, do you want to come see the scoring sessions of Darkman? So I go in, and who does he introduce me to?
Danny
Elfman. And I was I was already a huge Oingo Boingo fan. And I'm like, oh my God! And I'm serious. Sam Raimi just signed my Laserdisc, and I got to watch a little bit of Darkman being scored, and so then
you worked for Tony Gardner's Alterian Studios doing Darkman masks.
Yes, that was when I. So then I worked for Alterian Studios, who did. So Alterian Studios was run by Tony Gardner. So the first thing I worked on there was a movie called Cast a Deadly Spell, a.k.a. Lovecraft, that Gail Ann Hurd produced.
Martin Campbell
of GoldenEye fame, soon to be GoldenEye fame, starring Fred Ward as H.P. Lovecraft. It was a lot of fun, and
it's a great movie. If you guys haven't seen it, it's on HBO. They've remastered it in HD. It's not anywhere else, but it's really a really hidden gem.
And I think I have a screen credit on it. I don't No, to
Okay.
be honest, I had a great a great embroidered jacket that somebody stole from me at a party, Lovecraft jacket. But so I'm working at Altarian Studios, and we get Army of Darkness. So Altarian Studios and K&B, that summer, I want to say, was it the summer of '92?
Yeah.
Dave?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
summer of '92, I am working on Mick Garris's Sleepwalkers at Altarian. I'm working on Army of Darkness, and I'm working on the Swamp Thing TV series with Dick Durock.
Right.
And so my job, I'm basically a PA, but what I was doing was taking all of the... So Altarian's job on Army of Darkness was to make the Evil Ash stuff and all of the Deadite Warrior stuff.
No,
And
all the army was K&B and stuff like that. He did
No, the Skeleton Warriors and stuff.
that was all K&B.
No, because no. And
I mean, a lot of it was. Maybe they shared.
K&B did like the flying creatures and the
They
monsters.
did, but they did a lot of the army too.
Well, so did, and I'll tell you why I know they did the army, because I have a picture. So here is a picture.
Swigert was a fucking deadite.
Here is a picture of me in 1992 at Altarian Studios with one of our Deadite Warrior hero props. Here is me working on Army of Darkness, but this is at Altarian Studios. This is at the studio. And you can see, if you look at that skeleton warrior is wearing armor. So, and I opened his mouth so I could take this picture. So that is me working at Altarian Studios in 1992 on Army of Darkness. And
Well, no, that's not okay. You know what that is, Rob? That is Evil Ash. After he gets burned, you're right. That's the prop that gets knocked off the parapet and his head and he blows up.
Yep.
That's
you're right.
The Evil Ash skeleton.
Yep. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's what it is. So that was and then
look at you. God, how dreamy.
Well, yeah, I was young and pretty. Those were the days, weren't they? But yeah, that was a really fun time. So my day, my work day, I was driving to the set of Sleepwalkers, where I'd have to bring all the foam latex appliances that our makeup. We had a makeup crew on Sleepwalkers and a makeup crew up in Acton, and we had makeup crews at the Intravision stages on Santa Monica Boulevard and Formosa.
Right.
You know, that lot. So and then we were doing the Dick. I have a picture. I didn't get it, but I have a picture that Tony took, actually, of me painting Swamp Thing face masks, because everybody had to paint. Whenever you came in, if you had nothing to do, I had to wait for stuff. I was painting Swamp Thing masks.
Swamp Thing mask from you.
Oh, I bet you probably did. Yeah, that's okay. There you go.
I did.
That was something.
You were selling it at the Shrine Comic-Con.
Yep. Wow.
You had a table.
Yes, I was. Yes, that's right. Shit, man, I sold my mask. But
it fucking dissolved and the latex rotted very quickly on that sucker.
Yeah. But that was it. But so it was really interesting working on Army of Darkness, and then the post-production of that movie, they changed the ending and there was all kinds of craziness.
Oh my God.
And I want to say, when we were making it, it was called Medieval Dead.
No.
Was it called Army of Darkness?
Yeah, it was the crew shirts. I got a crew shirt. It was called Army of Darkness back then.
Yeah, they might change it, but
I remember going.
You know, it's funny. You're right. That is the evil. That's evil. The evil. You're absolutely right about that. You're totally right about that.
And I remember going to Bob Murawski. I remember meeting Bob Murawski for the first time because they were editing on Hollywood Boulevard in a former bank building, which now is owned by Scientology.
Right.
It was. I think it was a bank building that was around Hollywood and Wilcox. But I remember going up there and meeting Bob Murawski, who's Sam Raimi's editor, for the first time, he wasn't even the editor on it. He was sort of the assistant editor on that film.
But you know what was cool about that particular time in LA? What was so cool about that time is like all of us were all swirling around these films. I mean, look, I was just a PA. I was a makeup effects PA. I didn't wield any power. But on a daily basis, I'm going on to Mick Garris's set, and Machen and Mick is there, and Alice Kriega is there, and then I'm going over to the Army of Darkness set, and I mean that's what I did all summer long.
No, it was great.
Work on these like.
And at that time, it was like I'd become friends with Jeff Burr. I had worked on his film the first summer that I had moved out here, and then we all went to the Fangoria convention together, and we rented a room and threw a party. And Sam and Bruce and all these guys came to the party.
It was incredible. I mean, it was
multiple years. So it was like. It was weird because they were all very accessible at that time. And because they knew everyone that I knew and I met Scott Spiegel and all these people at that same time, because they knew them, they were all just showing up anyway to the after party and everything. So it was like, here I am, I'm interacting with all of them then. They wouldn't remember me now, which is funny.
Sure.
But it was like as a horror loving kid and Evil Dead loving kid and everything else, it was mind blowing, because to me these guys were as contemporary as Carpenter and everyone else. I mean, I guess not on the same level because I didn't have access to Carpenter then, but it was like it's fucking. This is the Sam Raimi, Evil Dead. This is like someone I know their work. I know these people's work.
Well, it was crazy. I mean, the funny thing is that there was no, like, once you got in to the industry in some way, shape, or form, the horror crowd in general, and to a certain extent, it's still kind of that way, but we just don't have the outlets. But the horror crowd had a esprit de corps, a solidarity. And there was like, and after Altarian, I was working at Full Moon with people like Michael Davis, who made Beanstalk, and it was like all of us. Los Angeles was an incredibly a great place to be, because you were working during the day, you were going to parties at night, or you're going to the bar with somebody. And all it was you're meeting all these people that were working on movies. And there was a strata, like there were people that were much more powerful than others, but in the horror community, everyone
was inclusive.
Yes, it was an inclusive, and it was like, I remember like when I was working at Warner Brothers, I went to lunch. Scow took me, because I was living in Los Feliz right by him. He introduced me to Frank Darabont.
Right.
And so Frank Darabont, he told me that the first time he said, I'm going to adapt Rita Hayworth in Shawshank Redemption. And when I was working at Warner Brothers after Leatherface, he hadn't given the script to anybody. And he gave it to me, and I took it to the guys at Warner Brothers, and they didn't look at it. And then like a week later, it sold to Castle Rock, and I got yelled at. And I'm like, dudes, I brought you this script. Frank Darabont gave me the script to Shawshank Redemption. I brought it to you, but just because I'm a PA, I said Frank Darabont gave this script to me because I worked here at Warner Brothers. I'm giving it to you. I don't think anybody had read it ever, but I'm just some lowly fucking PA. They don't know, and I gave it to them, and a week later, and then it was I want to say it was Tom LaSalle, but one of them was pissed at me. It was either Tom or Bob Brassel, and I was like, I don't know what to tell you guys. I brought you, and if I was recognized, I mean, because all your information was the currency of the realm. If I was recognized to have brought that script to Warner Brothers, nobody could say I didn't, because Frank Darabont, if they had made the movie, my whole life could have changed.
Sure.
But because people slept on it, that is, people have always asked me, well, why aren't you further along in your career? I'm like, Well, I probably should have been, but I was such the fanboy first. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
let's go do this, which has always been a problem.
We haven't been like good businessmen in the opportunist sort of sense of the word.
No, well, that was what we never were. I was having such a good time.
Right, exactly. We were just enjoying being in it and
Yeah.
not realizing that it was sort of passing.
But on the other hand, I don't really regret it because I had a lot of fucking fun. And I know a lot of people.
And the funny argument is a lot of people would say, "Oh, well, you guys probably maybe had a little too much fun, and you didn't apply yourself as much as you should have." And
But at that time,
there might be a point to that and everything, but it's like, look, there's nothing you can do about it now. It's the past, so it's like, yeah, we had a great time. We've experienced all these things. I would bump into Frank Darabont at the Cahuenga newsstand. It was like I got to meet him through
Dave's Video.
Because and Dave's Video. I mean, we would look Dave's Video. You go there on a Tuesday. It's like you're hanging. Who's there? It's John Woo. It's fucking Darabont. It's Scow. It's Will Smith is there. Buying shit. It's like just everyone's there, and it's like.
Well, it was a weird. I mean, it's completely gone away, but it's hard to convey to people. The 90s and the 2000s in Los Angeles were an extraordinary time because
the first movie I worked on, Quentin Tarantino showed up, and it was when he was making Reservoir Dogs. It was at the time he was making Reservoir Dogs, and I got to know him then. I don't know him now, but I
gave him my ticket to see Deep Red so he could go meet Dario Argento at the Raleigh.
That was later on, and it's like but it's like I had Thanksgiving dinner with Tarantino twice. Before Reservoir Dogs came out, and then the year after Reservoir. I went to the premiere of Reservoir Dogs at the Galaxy Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Doesn't even exist anymore. We've had amazing We've had amazing experiences, incredible experiences that unfortunately just hasn't we weren't opportunistic enough to go here. I want to do this. Here, read this.
Yeah, but in my case, I didn't have anything. Like I was so focused on just learning the business. I mean, it wasn't until the late 96, 97, I was thinking about finally, because my whole thing was I wanted to learn. Nicholas Meyer, director of Star Trek II, had said it takes 10 years to become an overnight success in Hollywood.
Right,
so,
and then it takes 5 minutes to disappear.
Yeah, well,
because where's Nicholas Meyer now? One of the greats. And
but he went back to look. He's got his legacy. He made The Day After. He made Time After Time. He made Star Trek 2.
Ask him. He's like, hey, I'm still ready to go.
Yeah, no, I know, and he got fucked on his Con miniseries and whatever. But right. All that stuff. But the thing about the Evil Dead, bringing it back home to Evil Dead, is the origins of Evil Dead were indie cinema and all that, and then those 3 movies, and which, by the way, I worked on Army of Darkness, and I didn't love it.
Right.
When it came out, I was like, it was just too fucking goofy. It was Sam Raimi. Sure. I mean, I loved Evil Dead 1 and meeting Sam and having him sign my disc and all that stuff. And I'd worked for months on Army of Darkness. And when I finally saw it, I just was like, and they changed the whole S-Mart thing came in, and they changed the ending, and and I was like, okay. I mean, it was fun, and I got a screen credit on it. There was my name in the credits.
Keep going. Go full screen for a second. I got to use the time for a break, guys.
So it was. I mean, look, having loved Evil Dead in Seattle and going to see it at the Coliseum Theater and reading about it in Fangoria, and then seeing Evil Dead 2 at the Seattle Film Festival, and then meeting Sam Raimi at Warner Brothers, and then working on Army of Darkness. It was amazing. It was, and I'm not going to sit there and go, I didn't have a great time. I had a great fucking time. I was having my first movie I ever worked on was Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Right out of film school, a week after I'd left USC Film School, I was working on that in the art department, and it was insane. It was absolutely insane working on a franchise horror film for New Line, where I met Mike DeLuca at like 3 a.m. in the production office. It was incredible. And I can't I can't complain about that. I had the best fucking time for more than half a decade. From 89 when I started working, I made Free Enterprise in 98. I mean, Los Angeles was a magical place. It was a magical place to work because everywhere you went, like I was a big party animal. And so, I would work a 12-hour, 14-hour, 16-hour day and go out. When I was working on like Leatherface, we were working 6 days a week, and I was working then I would crash for like 4 hours and go back to set. But it was everywhere you went in Los Angeles. And by the way, in LA, it was a very small triangle. There was the 405, the 10, and the 101 freeway. But really, it was a very small section of Hollywood. It was where Beverly Hills, it was a Sunset Strip where Beverly Hills and West Hollywood met. And it was a very small section, and everybody congregated there. Everybody that was working on stuff, it didn't matter where you went. If you went to a rock club to see a band play, if you went to a strip club, if you went to a play, if you went to a bar, it didn't matter where you went, you were hobnobbing with industry people. And sometimes you'd see people that you worked with, and other times you would see people that a friend of a friend knew. But it was all interrelated. It was fucking amazing, and it was just endlessly fascinating. And Evil Dead, great time, man, a great time. But then Evil Dead went away. Didn't it?
Yeah.
After Army of Darkness, because Army of Darkness was not a big hit for Universal. They did Darkman, I guess, was sort of a modest. I'm sure they didn't know what to do.
Darkman actually was a hit.
Okay.
It was a legit hit.
So that's why
surprisingly so. It was a legit hit.
Sam was able to get Army of Darkness off the ground because Darkman was a hit. Liam Neeson.
Right.
Yeah, and so that happened, and then Army of Darkness got made, but then it went away. But I think the Army of Darkness, the Evil Dead franchise was beloved already. I mean, it was already cemented into horror history.
And pop culture. It started growing into pop culture, too. It would cross over.
And then cable, home video, Army of Darkness developed a huge fan base, and it led people back. Because Evil Dead at the time, the fact that they disassociated Army of Darkness with the Evil Dead franchise, Universal's like, well, we can pretend the other movies don't exist. But fans knew, and it grew and propagated in home video.
Yeah.
So. But anyway, Dave, 2012. The same year that Space Battleship Yamato was rebooted.
No, 2013. 2013. It's 2013. Sure? Yeah.
Was it?
Yep. Look at it. Look it up.
I'll look it up. Okay, 2013, a year later. Anyway.
Yeah.
It is 2013. You're right. Sorry.
So, they done, in the meantime, they had done comic books for Evil Dead and Army of Darkness. They had done a couple video games that were very successful and everything. And ad nauseum re-releases of Evil Dead 1, 2, and Army.
Oh my God! On every format, Anchor Bay, on every format, a million different times.
And every cut of all three cuts of Army of Darkness, and everything that you could possibly want. And then Sam had obviously ascended to so many things. He went, after Darkman and everything, he went and he did, The Quick and the Dead, which is
fantastic.
Which he was chosen by Sharon Stone to direct.
I love that movie. Leonardo DiCaprio, Russell Crowe, fantastic film.
Hackman in a great role.
I own it on 4K.
Even though they didn't get along. Hackman supposedly was not in sync with Sam's wackiness. But I love that movie too.
It's so good.
It's so much fun. and then did like For the Love of the Game, and then he got for the
He
love
did
of
a Simple Plan.
well, then he got into A Simple Plan and The Gift, and got some sort of, and then a lot of people don't know this, but Sam also directed second unit on the Hudsucker Proxy for the Coen.
Yeah.
He and the Coens had a long history of knowing each other, because the Coen, I think it was Joel who worked on Evil Dead, editing Evil Dead. They had shared. There was,
by the way, the brothers Pierce,
the very fabled house that was in Los Feliz that Raimi lived in, and the likes of Kathy Bates and Holly Hunter were roommates at times, along with them and everything.
The Pierce brothers' dad worked for Sam and worked for the whole Renaissance Pictures and stuff. I have all these pictures on my when I went over and saw Wretched Devourers. Brett showed me his father's folder, and I took pictures of all this stuff from the early days of Renaissance Pictures. Amazing stuff.
That's incredible.
Incredible.
And so Evil Dead had never really gone away, but there hadn't been any like films, and then they decided to reboot it. And Evil Dead 2013, which is more, it's not really it's a reboot. It's not a remake. It's not a remake. It is a reboot. And that thing did gangbusters, and it was the return to the merciless, ferocious horror that Stephen King talked about.
Yep.
And then that started this new wave of what these three films have been now, which has been without Bruce Campbell as Ash, doing other stories and proving that Evil Dead had legs outside of it. And in between, of course, they did do Ash versus the Evil Dead for 3 seasons, which was really great. If you haven't seen the series, it's really, really good. Really fun. It's really fun.
But for your birthday in 2013, I think a lot of us, we all went to see this movie. I think everybody was a little dubious.
Not me. I was so excited. I don't know why, but
what bar? We were at a bar first.
Tonga Hut across the street.
We're at the Tonga Hut.
Victory Boulevard.
And again, that felt like the old days. It was everybody, all your friends. Nice. You have an incredible circle of people that love you, Dave, just so you know.
It was the last time I had a really good birthday party.
That was the last time I had one?
No, I did. That was the last time I had
I haven't had a good birthday party. This year, I not that Alvaro isn't a great person, but for my birthday this year, the oldest I've ever been, nobody said anything to me about my birthday, so I went and saw movies with Alvaro on my birthday.
I wish you a happy birthday, you fucker.
Yeah, you did. But I mean, in terms of a party.
But it's amazing. Like, no one did on my birthday this year either. I was home alone.
Yeah,
I worked until like 3 a.m. It was
yeah,
awesome.
it was yeah. It's weird considering the epic parties and stuff we used to throw and go.
Yeah.
But it's just the world's different place. But so now we have Evil Dead Burn, and Evil Dead Wrath is getting made, and I know you saw Evil Dead Burn. And now, first of all, how did you? Let's talk about the Fede Alvarez Evil Dead. I think we all loved it, didn't we?
I really loved it.
I loved it too.
Because I like you. I think I started out, and I had gone to midnight shows of Evil Dead 2 quite a bit, in LA, like a fair amount of time. But then I really went back to the original, and that feeling of the original, and it's become, I mean, that one has become sort of, along with the 2013 one, my favorites.
Because they're mean.
And I like
the Evil Dead need to be the evil fucking dead.
Right. And it was great because the last time I saw at Halloween at the $1 Million Theater downtown, they did a screening of the Evil Dead with Joe DeLuca's new reimagined score performed live.
Okay.
which was amazing. It was
Joseph
fantastic.
Loduca.
Joseph Loduca, and he was there, and it felt kind of like the old days because, Morawski was there, all like Ryan
Yeah.
Turk, all of us horror people were there.
Yeah.
Don Mancini was there. We all went, and it was really very, very cool. And then but before that, then we got Evil Dead Rise, and I was like, I really enjoyed that too. I was like, it's fun. I like the fact that it was away from the cabin. They got out of the cabin.
Yeah.
They did something different with it. And it was still fun, really imaginative. And I was like, wow, this is what always impresses me about all of them is it's a series that each one has been unique and they've really found really interesting and good filmmakers to continue doing this and making.
And they've kept the budgets down too,
consistent-
manageable, and they deliver the thrills.
Probably one of the most consistent franchise series, especially in horror.
100%.
And quality level. Like any Evil Dead movie is better than the majority of any Halloween.
Yeah.
movie
Oh,
that's
100%.
been made since the
100%.
original, or Friday the 13th, or anything else. So, and I went into Evil Dead Burn really excited. I was like, the trailers are gangbusters. I like the feel, the look of it. I was really, really excited. And then I saw the movie. Now, I don't hate the movie. My feeling is it's a little too mean. Like I think the thing is, I think I'll appreciate it again more on a second viewing. On a first viewing, it was like, oh, it's brutal, and the effects are great. I mean, it does everything, that the modern audience that wants an Evil Dead movie. I think, though, it doesn't have my problems with it were this. My problems were it was a little too mean. The humor is off, especially for an American audience, because the humor is very French. And the thing is, I get it. I get that the humor is very French because Luc Besson's Dracula has very non sequitur sort of humor, very much like it. And so it was like, okay, so this is a French sort of sensibility that's mean, but there is some funny stuff, but it didn't kind of land. It didn't lighten things where it needed some
Right.
lightening.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. No.
I think it's a little more than crueler to the women in the movie than the men, even though one man gets fucking decimated as much as fucking Ash ever did. But I think the women get it a little bit, not a little bit, the women get it a lot more as far as like the shit that happens to them. So I wasn't quite having as much fun in that, but it's a hard thing because for me, I thought, look, the director, I really liked his first movie, Infested, a lot.
Yeah.
He's very technically very, very good. I mean,
this movie, Evil Dead Burn was beautifully made. The direction is impeccable.
There's so many camera, I don't want to say tricks, but there's so much deft camera movement and stuff, and I like that stuff. And it's such, in that sense, it's so, and it's showy in that way that Obsession isn't, because Obsession and even Backrooms, they're both very traditional, where the story sort of lets you have, but this
they're young. These are young filmmakers that are.
But they're all young. They're all young. All three of these guys are young. But the thing is like this guy, I mean, the Oneer is really impressive, but so many pieces are impressive. But a big problem I have is unlike the 2013 one and even Evil Dead Rise, there's not really that many likable people in it for you to sort of root for, I don't think. And I think that to me is a little, again, on first viewing, that feels like a little bit of a disconnect where it's like not anyone's really kind of like, I don't really like anyone enough. It's like you feel the pain that they're going through because it's so brutal, but I don't really like anyone. It's like the lead girl, I certainly don't like. She's kind of justifiably awful, I guess, but yeah, so that was a problem. And the ending kind of, and then there's the ending. There's logic problems than I have, and
I get that.
So again, a lot of really impressive stuff, but to me, didn't. And it's funny because it's sort of like in this new trilogy. It's like I'll still say Fede Alvarez's one, his 2013 one ranks at the top for me, and then it's Evil Dead Rise, and then Burn as far as these three go. I like the fact that they're all very different. They all have different styles. I like that. Funny enough, and there's two endings that I actually missed because I had to use the restroom, so I didn't.
Yeah, there are two endings.
But I heard about them, and then the second one, I was like, "Well, that doesn't make any sense."
Right?
That's
Yeah.
Cheap. That's just the cheap shot. Not a cheap. It felt cheap from what I heard. Now I haven't seen it, but it felt cheap.
Oh,
I
don't think it's cheap.
So there was that. I had a problem with this is a simple thing. I had a problem with the dog, just not so much the cruelty to the dog, but the thing is, if you're gonna make the dog a deadite, fucking use that thing, man. Really do it. Like, make this thing more than just a glowing-eyed dog. Fucking make that thing a fucking Evil Dead dog and have that thing do some shit. If you're gonna go there, because it's the first time we've really seen an animal turn into one of these things, and that could have been really cool.
I don't disagree with anything you said, and you and Rob G, both of you saw before I did, and I'd heard both. I'd heard your counsel, but I have to say, I had sort of a different take on it in the sense that the whole setup of the movie, I'm like, okay, I'm not watching a movie that's set in America. Not really. To me, I felt like I was watching a European horror film. And because the French director, it was set in America, but like there's all these weird locations like this funeral home.
It's New Zealand. That's French humor to me. The funeral home being next to a construction site, which I don't know what the fuck they're doing. And
dude, it was so weird, Baroque.
When you get to it, you got to please explain to me what the fuck is at the end is coming out of that hose.
Dude,
what is this supposed to be?
Okay.
Oil? I don't know what the fuck.
I'm with you. It was like I thought it was like not that something you'd put down. It was like on a street, like asphalt or whatever.
But it's too liquid.
Yeah, but whatever it was, I totally agree. The film took place in a weird nether world where they were already in hell. I actually love this movie. I went in, I heard you guys' objections, and I understood where you're coming from, but I just bought into the whole weird. Look, the opening has a very obscure reference to a previous Evil Dead movie that I had to I'm like, wait, what? I had to remember. I'm like,
sort of. I got it right away.
Yeah.
Guys, this is not. Look, spoiler. The opening of this movie connects with Evil Dead Rise.
Yeah, it does, and it was. I loved it. And it had a Hellraiser vibe to it. It was all, and I
like the opening quite a bit.
Yeah, and it also has the greatest kiss of 2026, the greatest cinematic, the longest most grueling methicil, which is slime-filled kiss ever. And it was, this whole movie was so European to me. I'm like, this is a French extremity film. The French extremity movement, the new extremity movement from like 98 to 2010. I'm like, if they made an Evil Dead movie in France during the French extremity movement, between High Tension and Inside, and
this would be it.
This movie would stick right in there. And I'm like, to me, I felt it was doing a different genre. It was doing the French extremity, the new, and I just was watching. It's so extreme. It's so hardcore. It's so mean. It hates everybody. That. And I loved it for that reason. And I'll tell you something. They even cast the French girl. Like, she's not, Léa Seydoux. She's not like this hot, beautiful girl. She's kind of severe.
I think she's pretty hot.
Well, yeah, her character and all that stuff. But she's also she's the chain smoking French hardcore chick.
What's wrong with
nothing? No, but it was for the movie. It was great. I mean, it was all. It just accentuated everything. And I'm watching this movie, and I was like, it's fucking hardcore, and I loved it. I loved it.
But that's why I said it's like I bet I come around more to this movie on the second time, seeing it.
Well, even at the end, you think it's over. The house is burning, and then suddenly the Terminator Dark Fate comes.
But that's the thing. I didn't get that. It's like, well, what the fuck was this guy waiting for? It was like, why? Like, what's the catalyst? I mean, the other thing is the catalyst. Like, spoiler, guys.
Well, because he possessed his own father, and
Yeah, but spoiler. It's interesting because this is the first movie where they don't read all the words, and I had a problem with that section too, which is it's for a joke. Because she's like, fuck this, I ain't reading all this. But here's the thing. She's looking at loose pages. How the fuck it's like she just happens to be reading it in order? Because the pages are loose. I mean, she doesn't have a book of the dead. She's got a binder of copies of the dead.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
I get it.
Look, that's admittedly nitpicking, of course.
Look, and me, I mean,
the thing is, I love it. This is whether I love it or not, I love that it exists. I love the fact that all these movies are different enough from each other, and that they've been able to continue the series successfully without being tied to Bruce Campbell, who we know is never coming back.
Never. And by the way, can I just say that Major Chai Chai sends in a super chat, and she says, "Oh my God, I just realized Dave is wearing the shirt that I gave him."
Yeah, I thanked her for it earlier. She didn't realize.
Kelvin Wellborn said, Hitchcock films you don't like. Topaz and Torn Curtain. Yes, but you can buy posters from Topaz and Torn Curtain on our movie poster sale, which you can find on eBay. Find Your Niche. Go to the eBay store, find your niche. We just dropped 70s classics this week. I mean, the lobby card sets are insane.
I look every week to see what I can ask you for.
Did you look at the 70s classics lobby card set?
You haven't posted a Motel Hell poster yet, so yeah.
You don't have it.
God damn it. All the things that I want. Well, the one thing I wanted, guys, he wouldn't give me, which was the original Texas Chainsaw poster, which is, of course, a holy grail for everyone in the world, but I understand why he didn't.
It sold for big money.
But it broke my heart. But the thing is, it's okay, guys. You know why? You know why it's okay?
Because you have my original Evil Dead poster.
Because Rob gave me an original Evil Dead poster, which I still have.
And that poster is one of the great modern horror film posters of all time.
But you know what? You know what I need, Rob? I need sometime. I need an Evil Dead movie to do that poster. I need that scene. Show me that.
It's amazing they haven't done it, isn't it?
Show me that scene. Give me that.
Kelvin Wellborn says, "Happy birthday to me."
That's the fanboy in me. That's why I'm not doing an Evil Dead movie.
But that's a great idea. It's a great idea. So let me ask you this: Why do you think
I think Evil Dead Burn, I think the trailer was better ultimately than the movie. The trailer that they sold me on, like, and here what, like, I wanted that roof scene to be so much more, because that quick clip of them climbing on the roof and stuff like that in the trailer, I was like, fuck, this is going to be amazing. What the they should have milked that way more.
Well,
I think they should have done more with that, because a good roof horror scene is,
but it was still, I mean, that was pretty good though.
It is. But that's the thing. What I'm saying is, like, I get it. I think I will like it more the next time I see it, but it's just mean. It just needed a little lightening of it. A little bit of lightning. And look, I respect the thing is, I respect the things that he did. I really respect the fact that he didn't have a traditional Book of the Dead. He didn't have a Necronomicon.
Right.
I like that, because the last two had really great ones. You know, and Evil Dead Rise, arguably one of my favorites, with the teeth binding lock.
Yeah.
I thought that was amazing.
But I mean, okay, at the end of the day, we are talking about the Evil Dead. And for me, sitting in that audience last night, and it was last night, to be honest. It was last night. I went and saw it.
Right.
Today is Saturday. I went and saw it last night. I'm like, oh my God, the day is all melded. It's so weird. I'm working on my book. I'm doing all this stuff. I don't even know what day it is. The audience dug it. I mean, people were there. They were into it. So I don't know what the box office.
It was quiet when I saw it Thursday afternoon, and it was a pretty packed theater. The one scene, and it got me vocally reacting and laughing to and stuff, was the dentures.
Oh.
And I got a couple other people laughing too. I was like, okay, that one worked, because it was just like, I was like, the dentures thing was almost arguably the grossest thing in the entire thing for me.
Wow. No, it's true. I mean, I dug it. I really liked it. I had fun with it. I liked how mean-spirited it was. I liked the direction. I liked the practical effects. They've
all had like mean-spirited, but it's like perfect example of like trailers being like really great for these modern movies and stuff. Like Evil Dead Rise, it's like, okay, in the trailer they set up, and I bet this director would have paid it off better. They set up the cheese grater.
Oh yeah.
That should have been so much more. That should have been like, the cheese grater should have been the pencil in the ankle from Evil Dead 1, which to me is always one of the things.
Never been surpassed.
It's just amazing that the pencil in the ankle is just that thing. Because I don't know, because it's the relatability of like everyone can picture a pencil. Oh God.
Fucking terrible.
So yeah, and then I had a problem with how they did the quote unquote cameos
at the end.
This movie. No. The Bruce and the car.
Right.
I
Okay.
don't like how they did them in this. One Bruce shouldn't have been in it in that way.
Right.
It made no sense. Now, and the other thing is, I love the fact I really like the opening of the mythology with the great circle of people that that Professor Nobi is connected with.
Right.
I thought that was really cool. I thought they did that really well. I thought that was really interesting. But here's something, and look, sorry guys, spoiler, because we're talking. You know what confused me a little bit? The beginning was a little off for me, where the tape is played, and then I guess we can figure it out, but the tape. So the guy's listening to the tape, and then he goes and he breaks the baseboard, and finds the thing underneath, which is a kind of big thing. And he tears it open, but we don't see it. Well, what's in there? Is it all the? Is it
A
all
bunch
the
of knives, a bunch of stuff.
Is it all the knives that then he puts in the satchel?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering because I was like, oh, that's kind of like, well, what is it?
I mean, but the thing is, he doesn't even know what it is. He has no idea what is, a lot of the time people come in and they don't know, but they listen. They're like, they find like, oh my God, this is now a point of study.
Right.
But not in this movie. I mean, all that stuff, because I already knew what it was, didn't bother me. What I found really interesting is fact.
Did you get the Last Crusade sort of thing?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
He chose poorly.
Right.
And,
I knew as soon as they showed, we're going to talk about it. I knew as soon as they showed that thing, I'm like, that's not it.
Right. Of course. But what I really liked about it was this movie is about a dysfunctional family, and I really liked just how dysfunctional they were. And what I found really interesting is that the Evil Dead are they're mayhem makers. They're like the Joker. They're like Heath Ledger's Joker from Dark Knight. They just want to watch the world burn. They're basically, and Alvaro's talking to me about this, they're basically anarchists from hell. They just come to the surface and they're like, we are going to fuck with you until you either destroy us or we destroy you. They just don't care. And I kind of like that there's a statement being made about our modern world through the Evil Dead franchise, that these are people, because look, we're coming off of, in LA, if you know Newport Beach, the teen takeover of Newport Beach. You have a bunch of teenagers who are completely amoral.
Right.
For whatever reason, they haven't been brought up correctly. And I saw this during the LA riots, because I watched the Circuit City around the corner from my house burn down. And there were people outside. They were interviewing people.
I was there.
Yeah, I know. They were interviewing people going...
We lived like 2 blocks away from each other at that point.
Yeah, and today it's everything can just be... The world's burning down, so TVs are free. And I kind of feel that the Evil Dead franchise, this version of it, was all of our institutions, like marriage and family and all this stuff. The Evil Dead are like, fuck all that and fuck you. Because we are going to fuck you up. And I felt that there was a very European, an underlying French sensibility where the Evil Dead in this movie were like, this family, they're horrible to each other. They hate each other. They're all mean and angry. And the Book of Kandar or whatever, we can come back. Let's fuck this family up and teach these motherfuckers a lesson. And I like that. I felt like, yeah, because they deserve one. They're horrible people.
Rob wanted the nihilism. And I don't think they were all horrible. Like, I don't think the Hunter Dewey character was horrible.
All right, but...
I mean, he was a patsy, but I don't think he was horrible.
No, but maybe not. But this family...
He didn't stand up for himself. But the problem is I don't think we quite got enough of... the relationship between all of them before shit hit the fan to really like get that. It was nihilistic as fuck.
Yep. Which I loved.
But again, it'll be interesting. I think look, this is just my first off the cuff reaction to it. Once I see it again,
sure.
I mean, as you know, you can watch a movie and go, fuck, I hated that, and then watch it again and like go, I get it. I get it now. But like, look, I'll admit, first time I saw Blair Witch, I was like, I don't get what everyone's fucking so excited about. What the fuck?
Right.
10 years later, I watched it again and like, I get it.
Well, I'll be curious. I mean, I don't know how well it's done this weekend. I have no sense.
It's going to do like 15, so it's not the way other things are. But again, it's,
Well, yeah, it was
we're still riding the wave of much, Yeah, I mean, Obsession is probably doing really well still, even though. Well, I wonder how it is doing because now you can get it.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Dead it made $6 million Friday. It's number 2, behind Moana. And
And I'll take it over Moana any day, which I have no interest in seeing.
Yeah, of
but
course,
I think
me too.
These Disney remakes, these almost shot for shot things,
Don't care.
like the most hollow cash grabs ever. And it's a weird, it was like people back in our day. I don't know if you remember this.
Back in our day,
Every 7 years, they used to just re-release the animated Disney films back into theaters before home video, and it was something to be excited about.
In terms of Moana, I'm like, if you're gonna make a live action remake, make a live action version. Don't have most of the movie CG. You have intercut CG creatures and human. It's just weird. I mean, I wasn't into it. By the way, Jay or I want to say Jay Fiske says, I met Travis Barker today, and it was badass. Are you saying Travis or Curry Barker?
No, Travis Barker.
Travis. Who's Travis?
The drummer.
Oh, of course. I was thinking horror. I met Travis Barker today, and it was badass.
That's awesome.
Missed this show a lot. What's up, Dave? JT Hiskey.
Well, you missed it. We might keep it going again. Maybe this is the start of something new.
Gonna be starting something. I mean, no, I like we're not starting it. We're continuing on. I mean, I think it's look, one of the things about
a good new positive light.
Well, I think that's needed. I mean,
definitely needed after the last episode.
I mean, Alvaro and I are starting a new show that is launching in 4 days, called The Forever Era. Actually, it's 3 days. I guess it's July 15th, and the premise of the show is it's gonna be a short show where we each bring things that we think that should be eternal, that the fans, whether it's books, albums, movies, whatever it is, these are going to be things that we think that
that's really cool.
Yeah,
I'm going to be a guest on that one day.
We will have guests to bring on, because to have guests bring their eternal things, and that's why it's called the Forever Era, because these are the forever things that should become part of the canon of fandom, the wider fandom, whatever they are. The wider fandom needs to experience, because people are always asking me, Rob, give me a list of this or give me a list of that. And I want to do it, but I'm in the middle of dude, I've been obsessed with this book that I'm writing. And that's all I've been doing in my spare time is working on this book. Or if I'm not on the John Campea show or I'm not doing this, all I'm doing is writing this book.
Which is great.
I don't know if it's great. People will see. I have to say, one of the things, I love Cliff and Lisa Stevenson. And Lisa Stevenson gave me this amazing opportunity to write essays for. Oh. I got to say something about this. So yeah. I have been since 2024 writing essays for Lionsgate Limited's website, and when I first started, I was rusty. And I was writing kind of these generic, I mean, they weren't, it was still my opinion, of The Conversation, of Apocalypse Now, of Kill Bill 1 and 2. And it was very nice to get back into writing. But the last essay I wrote was for The Arrival. Charlie Sheen, David Toohey, 96, The Arrival. And I felt that was the purest expression, because I told a story that was actually happened when I interviewed David Toohey for The Arrival when he first showed it for the Academy of Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Horror Films. Yeah. And I thought that was my best thing yet. And then I got one of the guys at Lionsgate contacted me and said, would you write an article about The Descent 2? And I was like, Yeah, I could do that, but I didn't like that. I had written there was a time that they didn't need my services. They didn't want it. They thought they were going to put those things up, and I wrote articles for American Psycho and for The Descent 1, which I both love, and I put them on my letterbox, which I never go to. But so I spent a long time writing an article about The Descent 2 and about horror sequels and philosophy, and I didn't slam The Descent 2, but it wasn't really, obviously it wasn't a great sales tool.
Oh, it's
and
great.
I got an email from one of the guys at Lionsgate who's been nothing but great to me, and he said, "Yeah, I read this article. We're going to go in a different direction. This isn't," because I wasn't selling the disc. I wrote, and the funny thing is, anyone who's going to buy The Descent 2 knows it's fraudulently created. They already know it's not as good as The Descent. If I were to say this movie's awesome, you should buy it, people would know I was lying. So I wrote a heartfelt. I spent a long time working on it. First, I adapted this bullshit review where I was cutting and pasting things from a bunch of other reviews to keep my, okay, this is what I want to address. And then I'm like, I have to actually write the review now. And I went back and I'm like, I can't half-ass it. So I started from scratch. And it was all about me. It was about my personal opinion about all this stuff. And I sent it in. And I've written a lot of stuff, but it was the first time they said, we're going to go in a different direction.
And I've read this review, and I really like it, and he brings up a lot of great points. And if you want to read it, I would say go on Letterboxd.
It's on Letterboxd. Find me on Letterboxd.
And it's really good, guys. It's a really good read. It really, really is.
Thank
really
you, Dave.
like it.
I worked on it for a long time.
Speaking of forever, I couldn't
The
send
Judy
you
Blume book?
No, no, your podcast, your new show. Sorry, not.
Oh,
podcast.
the Forever Era.
The Forever Era. So I just sent you something on your phone because I couldn't send it in our chat, just so you could look at it as far as what I think should be forever.
Hold on. Can't hold on. Oh yeah, 100%. Wow, that's really dope, dude. I mean, I have that framed poster.
I think Don has seen that because I sent it to Dave Hartman, who did Ravager, and he was like, "Oh, I'm going to show it to Don." I'm like, "Oh, okay." It was like, I just think like it could still continue, guys. Though I hear now they're trying to do a television series of it, and I'm like, look, I'll always trust in Don Coscarelli. That's all I'll say.
Okay, I love Don Coscarelli.
I know the history.
No, love. He's been so nice to me and all that. And by the way, not only that, his wife, Shelley.
Oh, I've never met her.
Oh my God, she's been so nice. She's had me do things. I met her. Imagine if your name is Shelley and you marry a man whose last name is Coscarelli.
I mean,
so your name is Shelley Coscarelli, which is the coolest name.
Can you share
ever.
that thing that I just sent you on the chat on the show?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
I mean, fuck it, guys. I'm telling you right now. I just did this as a gaffe, a total gaffe. It just because of my undying love for the series that I like The Evil Dead to me, but personal. Most people will be like, nah, this doesn't hold a candle to the Evil Dead series in the sense it should, and I love the series. I think it's one of the few consistent series that there is. So I just did this because I would want to keep it going, and I understand why it's problematic and tough to keep going.
Well, especially. you got to get the director of
me,
Sex and Death at Camp Miasma to direct this.
No, how about me?
I know, but you've got a great element here.
But again, I'm just like, what would you do if you this is like an alternate reality version, which makes sense with the whole thing. Anyway, it's just for fun, guys. Don't rake me over the coals over this thing.
Well, okay. Well, here
I'm
it is,
just saying.
Dave. Here it is.
Here it is. Enjoy, guys. There's a little.
The Nightmare Never. But the lady in lavender, now correct me if I'm wrong, is actually the tall man in a different guise.
Exactly. So you still are keeping it in canon.
So the tall man actually fucked Tommy in the.
Yes. Yes.
So there's some. That's why I said there's some weird. I mean, you could
There's
play
some
with
shenanigans going
transgenderism and all that. I mean,
Exactly.
I'm in. I mean, the lady in lavender. Are you kidding me? I'm in.
I mean,
You know what?
Because Cat
She-
Lester's still around.
Yeah, but you know what? She knows how to cup your balls. Come on. I know, right? Come on, you know I'm right.
There you go.
Just saying.
Wow.
These balls will kill you.
I just love that series. That's my favorite. Phantasm is my favorite horror series.
Dude, Phantasm, the first Phantasm is one of my favorite movies of all time.
But
You
I
sure
love that. But I love that entire series. And
Just sitting here
and
at
literally
midnight.
and July 8th, this past July 8th, was the anniversary of Phantasm 2 coming out into theaters.
I retweeted Don's tweet on X. We're hot as love, you know. Dude, my love of Phantasm, I mean, working on it.
And that's the thing.
Are
and
you
the
sure it
weird
wasn't that
thing is,
retarded kid Timmy up the street?
it's like I've never been in a Phantasm movie, but boy, we have a lot of connections to the Phantasm films. I mean, our former boss is in a Phantasm movie.
And by the way, Don Coscarelli allowed me to use a Phantasm poster in Free Enterprise, and he was integral to giving me notes. And his wife Shelley and I was involved with them for a long time, doing other things, and they are the nicest people in the world.
Don is one of my favorite directors. I'm so it's like he's been able to stick to his own guns and do his own thing, and continually doing like John Dies at the End is one of the most interesting independent movies to come out in a long time, and it's so well done.
So I love it. I wish he'd done the second one. This book is full of spiders.
I'm sure he does too. I hope we get to see another movie from this guy. I really do. Phantasm.
If only
2,
I'd bought crypto in 2009 when people told me
telling
to, I would have been.
How's Your Father? Is Phantasm 2 any good? Phantasm 2 rocks. Phantasm 2 is amazing. I love it.
There's some really great. The whole graveyard scene's really cool.
Oh my god! There's so much great effects in it.
Yeah,
it's of its time. It's 1988. It's the.
It was difficult. It was difficult though not seeing Michael Baldwin in it.
Right. But
I mean, I get it.
As far as I'm concerned, like it's funny because you have the series, which is all really interesting and everything. Phantasm 4, which a lot of people don't like, to me is like the ultimate sequel, though. It's the one that really is for the fans of Phantasm.
Well, because they've got footage from Phantasm,
right?
But it's like,
but it's the one that is the most sort of reverential and connected to the original movie, and I love it, and so many people don't, and I'm glad. I hate to say this, and I know it's a sore point for him, and so I'm glad that they didn't get to do Roger Avery's script, because Roger Avery's script made it more Evil Dead or something. It wasn't Phantasm enough to me, that script.
Do you know what's funny? I was with a group of people that we had raised money to make that script.
I know.
And I've never told Roger Avery this. I don't think he knows this. I've never met Roger. We just go back and forth on social media. Roger Avery, to me, had I love his movie, The Rules of Attraction.
Yep.
The Brett, and he was going to make Glamorama,
Right.
and that book, Bret Easton Ellis's Glamorama. By the way, a lot of the ideas in that book have been mined already by other people, like fashion models as assassins and all that. But at the time when that book came out, fantastic. And I want to see both Don and I want to see Roger Avery direct. I know he's doing his AI company thing, but I love The Rules of Attraction. I think it's amazing. And
he's very smart, and yeah, there's so many podcasts that he's been on in the past year that are really, really worthwhile to listen to.
Yeah, although he does have some kooky ideas.
He's always been kooky, but he's always been like a good guy. And he and Quentin's podcast is a
great.
real fun thing to listen to.
And the fact they got back together and did that, I mean, Killing Zoe and Rules of Attraction. I mean, I'm a big fan of those movies. So
yeah.
So anyway, back to Evil Dead. Finishing it up.
Yeah. So where's it? So the next thing we know is Evil Dead Wrath from the director of Last Stop at Yuma County, which is, I'm again, drastically different from Infested in the sense of sensibility and everything. I think you're probably going to get something that has a little more humor in it, because Last Stop in Yuma County. Have you seen it? Did you see that movie?
I own it.
Really good. It's really fun.
Yep.
So I think we're going to get a drastically different Evil Dead.
I mean, I have to tell you that that last stop at Yuma County, not only did I love it, I mean, and I did love it. I mean, I really did. It has a certain sensibility that there's an actor in it named Jim Cummings.
Oh yeah, Jim. He was a really good filmmaker on his own.
Yeah, he's a great. I wrote a script 25 years ago based on a novel set in Seattle in 1999.
Right.
And I wanted to make this movie for at the time people said, why do you want to make this? Was right after Free Enterprise. I wrote the script. I got the rights to this book, and it's called Nevermind Nirvana. And I've wanted to make this movie for 25 years. And people are like, you can't make a period piece in Seattle in 1999 and 2002 or 3. You can't do that. And I'm like, here's a funny thing. This is a true story, by the way.
And it's very funny.
So, oh yeah, I had got the rights to do from the author. I had locked down the rights. I wrote the script, and I got contacted by 2 women that wanted to make the movie as well, and they wanted to team up to make this movie. And I already had Linda Francis, my casting director, who was the casting director of Swingers and Free Enterprise, to work on the film. So I was already moving forward. These 2 girls, and I'm like, great, if you want to, come on board to do it. And one of those girls was named Jennifer Seabell. Now you might ask yourself, Dave,
who's Jennifer Seabell?
The wife now of Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. Yeah. And we were going to Erewhon or, meeting. And this is 2001, 2002. And then Linda Francis, who was the casting director of Swingers and Free Enterprise, who was working on this, she was putting together a cast, had a heart attack and died. And then stopped working with those girls, but I've never given up I have the script, very proud of the script, and I want Jim Cummings to star in it. Yeah, I mean, of all the people, I'm like, that guy's got to be in this movie. He has to play Pete Tyler is the main character's name, and he has to play that character.
That's great.
Not
I
that
think
it'll
Jim
ever happen.
Cummings is someone who you can get to.
Oh, I know I can. But I'm like, what am I going to say? Like every other person. I wrote the script I want you to be in.
Yeah, but the thing is, the difference is that you have shit that you can point to.
It's true. And I haven't, we
I
got
mean,
White Devils
why
coming
not get
out.
Michael Rosenbaum to star in it?
He's too old. The character's got to be.
Jim Cummings is not that young.
No, it's got to be a 38-year-old. By the way,
Rosenbaum can pass for 38.
No, Michael Rosenbaum's going to be in the True Noir movie. I got that cooking. So.
Okay, I'm just.
No, Jim Cummings is the perfect actor to play this
Okay,
role.
so guys, we got to make this happen. We got to get this Jim Cummings, Robert Burnett meeting of the minds together here.
He might not like the script. I mean, I follow him on
might
Twitter.
not.
I can be like, hey, you read my screenplay.
No, dude, here's the thing that you have to realize that you have shit to back your shit up with, not just the Prince action figure behind you or the Dawn of the Dead board game. Though I bet he would be very
Still sealed, by the way.
Kiss from the Rose, still sealed. But again, you have shit that.
By the way, Bryan Singer's friend Slave gave that to me. Just saying. Didn't have the heart.
Bryan Singer's friend Slave.
Hey, they're childhood friends.
Make of it what you will.
By the way, Brian was on this channel just the other night. Just so you know.
Other night. Oh, well, that's good. Did you watch the Speaking of Evil Dead, did you watch the Club Random with Kevin Spacey?
Yes, I did. See, I have my own personal experience with him. So,
yes,
I had him in my lap singing
Bobby Darin songs. Your lap.
Yeah, his head is in my lap, but the other way, looking up at me,
looking up at you, lovingly.
No,
he was in a good mood that day.
He was.
Okay, Kevin Spacey in it too.
Here's the thing. If you want my opinion about Kevin Spacey, I love him as an actor.
He's an amazing actor. I mean, this thing, no one, I think, will ever question that. That he's an amazing actor.
If you want my opinion, I'll give it to you. I think having interacted with him and been around, I think it's sad that he didn't feel he could just come out and be who he was.
Oh no, that part's sad.
I think that was the root of all the problems
on set and treated people like shit is more of the problem that I have with him than anything else.
I agree, and I witnessed bad behavior from him, but I think a lot of that stemmed from the same thing. That he was
maybe, I mean, to a point, but I think also not to a point. I mean, there comes a point where it's not all just about that.
No, I agree.
Not when you're on set and you're working with cast and crew and stuff like that, and you're just a miserable dick. I mean,
and I saw a lot of that. I did on Superman Returns.
So it's like, the thing is like everyone has a bad day and everything. That's fine, and like I'm sure Tom Hanks can, one day, be a miserable dick. But the thing is, it's like, but when it's consistently that.
Yeah, I know.
When you are considered a nightmare to work with on set, it's like it's not all about the controversies that have been labeled at you that people don't want to work with you for.
Yeah.
It's like if you're too fucking difficult. I mean, the thing is, it's hard enough to make a movie, and the thing is, when you're being paid fucking Lex Luthor fucking money on that type of movie and everything, and you're just an ass, it's like, get some perspective, buddy. Just a little bit, just a little. Be a little gracious, a little humble. It doesn't take much.
So Dave,
it's like take a page out of Brandon Routh, fucking who's had a much tougher fucking career, and has done it with incredible grace and success, and still enjoys what he does, and he does interesting things. It's like, I'm so happy that he's still around, because look, I haven't seen that guy since 2005
6.
2000. Well, 5 was when we were working on it. Came out in 2006. Correct?
Yeah, but we were still working on it in 2006 because
right.
after.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
my
yeah.
God, what a nice guy! What a fucking
Brandon Routh is one of the nicest people
I
ever I've
mean,
met.
and the thing is incredibly talented. Now, I would rather yell at like someone like Gil Adler, like, why are you doing Dylan Dog the way you're doing it? It's like it's not that Brandon was a bad choice for that movie to play Dylan Dog, but it's that fucking movie that's terrible. And Sam Huntington is really does what he can in that movie too.
Yeah, like
and the thing is, but the material is so great, and you just make this. It's the people having no respect for the material.
listen.
I mean, my God, if I had
Dave,
a choice, if I could do something right now. Oh, you got to.
Can I turn? I have to drain the main vein, dude.
Yeah.
Can I? Can I also have to walk a little ways. Can I turn the show over to you and trust that you won't burn this channel down?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Mr. Dave Parker.
Hurry up. So, all right, guys. Rob's gone now. It's just us. Now we can have fun. No, but I need your help, guys. I need your help in the chat and everything. Now, just no, I can't see the super chats. I can only see what's sort of in the chat right now. So, help me out here. I've seen some of you. I've seen everyone. I've seen people's thoughts about Evil Dead Burn. It's hot and cold. Ooh, okay. I like this one. Silly Goose says, Dave, you got some favorite album art. If you guys are interested. Okay. Look, you have to, if you guys know me at all, you know I'm a Kiss guy. So Kiss Destroyer and Love Gun by Ken Kelly. Those two are some of my favorite album arts. The album art for Bat Out of Hell, the Bat Out of Hell series, all three, but the first one for sure, Bat Out of Hell. Derek Riggs' art for Iron Maiden's Fear of the Dark, especially. Some of my absolute favorite album covers. How about you guys? But I'm trying to think. Okay, what's some of the worst album art though for an album? I mean, great simplistic album art. Shout out to the devil. It's, as like super simplistic. But I'm trying to think what else. What's like shitty album art though. I'm trying to think. Well, I mean, Judas Priest has. I mean, British Steel is pretty iconic album art, but like Painkiller, that's an amazing piece of album art. Black Sabbath's, it's the Dio era. Black Sabbath, Mob Rules is incredible album art. I think Skid Row's Slave to the Grind is incredible album art. Aerosmith has actually pretty shitty album art, I think. I think Aerosmith, for the most part, their album art is really terrible. But Metallica has some, like Master of Puppets, Ride the Lightning, great album art. Megadeth, of course, great album art. Alice Cooper has some great album art, like $1 Billion Babies, great album art. Welcome to My Nightmare, great album art. I think the Dave McKean, The Last Temptation album for Alice Cooper, amazing album art. But again, Alice Cooper's smart enough to know, let's get the Sandman guy to do, a fucking cover for it. He's back.
I'm back, everyone. In the New York groove, Dave.
Oh, I mean, all the solo cover album art amazing. We're talking favorite album cover art, Rob.
Oh boy.
They're asking now. And it's like,
Sticks the Grand Illusion.
Oh, that's Paradise Theater. Sticks.
Paradise Theater is good, but the Grand Illusion,
Journey Frontier, amazing album art, iconic album art. Merciful Fates, no, not King Diamond, Abigail, amazing.
Well,
album.
you have to go to Homeboys.
A Ghost has amazing album art. The band Ghost.
How about Duran Duran's Rio?
Iconic.
Yeah, I mean, come on, you're Patrick
simple,
Nagel,
but it's incredible album art.
She dances on the sand, by the way.
She does.
Prince's Around the World in a Day.
Sticky Fingers.
Good one. That's a good
I
one.
mean, Sgt. Pepper's.
That's probably the greatest album cover of all time.
I mean,
to be honest,
incredible. I mean, and Led Zeppelin.
By the way, we have a lot of super chats. Do you mind if I go through them?
No, please do.
DY Champ says, "Hey Rob, when you're on Campia and he starts celebrating James Gunn's Superman as a huge success, it wasn't, refusing to connect the film's modest success to Supergirl's crash. How do you not blow up?" Well, I mean, here's the thing. When I'm on John Campia's show, I'm a guest on his show. And I am not there to push back on his opinion. I'm there to offer my opinion.
Unlike me on this show.
This show's a different show.
No,
I mean,
it's totally different.
And I do think, I do think that the people that like you are also making assumptions that I don't necessarily agree with. So it all comes down to look, I think the one thing about John's show that I love is it's very structured. Like John puts a lot of work into providing the audience with what I like. To be honest, the reason I like doing John's show is because I learn a lot about what's going on with the movie industry the day that it airs. So John goes through all the stories and he sends me so here's some insight into how the John Campia show works. So John Campia sends me usually an hour to an hour, maybe 90 minutes, but mostly an hour before the show goes on. He sends me topics that he's actually researched. And he gives me links and things. He's like, check these out, before, in case you don't know what's going on, here's what you need to know about these topics. Who does that? And here's the reason that I've been streaming with Campia since 2018. I mean, actually, really since 2015. The reason that I still like doing a show, because people are always asking me, why do you do John's show? You guys are so different. And look, I've got my own channel, that I don't even think John has ever watched, but I got my own channel, and I work with John because I appreciate his professionalism. And there's a lot of people there. Remember this, you might not agree with what John Campia says, but from my perspective, he is an incredibly professional collaborator to work with. He's treated me very well, for the most part, and I really enjoy working with him because I learn a lot about the business. Because every single day that I'm on his show, I am up to date on the entertainment business.
John Campia, to me, is the Ted Koppel of movie pundits.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, I watch the show, I only watch it when Rob's on, funny enough. I'll tell you this, guys. I'm glad that John Campia likes Superman because, boy, I don't think that movie is good at all. I don't think that movie is good at all. It doesn't have the wonder. It's too messy. It's too...
Well, it's a 3-hour movie that was cut to 2 hours.
It's too much of James Gunn's mass-marketed, hot topic, punk rock wannabe type of shit. that I just don't dig. I
Um,
like the fact that he's like letting Clayface be made, and I don't think that really feels like it feels like not him, which I kind of dig.
I saw the
Um,
trailer last night before Evil Dead, and I'm like,
it looks pretty badass.
yeah,
I
it
mean,
does.
I like the fact, look, and it's Flanagan and stuff like that. So I think it's like, look, they made the right choice. It's like, I just don't, it's like I just don't think that, like James Gunn seems to have his influence on so much stuff. It's
Well,
like,
I mean, look,
but again, that's just like, look, who the fuck am I? What do I fucking know? They're successful enough and everything, but it's interesting to me that the most successful DCU movie has been Aquaman.
yeah.
Isn't
No,
that interesting?
I mean, look, I mean, it's so
and isn't that interesting? And it's like I had someone go, isn't it weird? He's that Momoa is playing Lobo. He was Aquaman. Isn't that kind of like a slap in the face? It's like, no, because he always should have been Lobo. And the fact of the matter is that James Wan didn't cast him as Aquaman. He just made him fucking really good in that movie.
Yeah, I mean, the first Aquaman is a total epic fantasy. I love that movie so much. I saw it with John. We went to the Universal City
really
Walk
worked.
and I loved it. But I think
you saw it there. I saw it. I saw it at the premiere
I know. I just
with Momoa like giving me a fucking headlock and shit.
hey, when Charlie still had his parties, James would go to them, and one of my favorite experiences with my girlfriend Elizabeth was she loves Insidious 2. And when I introduced her to James Wan, she told him about a scene in Insidious 2 with a baby in the top of the stairs or whatever the fuck she was saying. And she loved that so much, and he loved the fact that she loved that so much, because he was like, and it was a great moment, because James
Insidious 2 was his Back to the Future swing. And Rob, you probably didn't pick up on this in Insidious 2. You know what the main ghost
I didn't
name
pick up
is?
on it because I've never seen Insidious 2.
What, you've never seen Insidious 2?
No.
The main ghost is named after me.
Well, I did not know that, Dave.
The cross-dressing fucking ghost is named after me, right?
Well, they got that right then.
They did not. Don't start that rumor.
I know. I've never seen you cross dress. You
I
keep
don't have
it
to fake it.
on the DL.
No,
you don't. You don't
DL
cross
with
dress.
that.
Oh, I got some DL for you. But hang on. No, let me just continue
Dick
on
Little.
with. Let me just continue on with another super chat. George Harrison Ford says, "Is it time for Paramount to move forward with Tarantino's Star Trek feature script, which is rumored to be related to a piece of the action, a little bit of 30s style gangster metal? Cheers, boys." Okay, look. I love the second season episode of Piece of the Action. It's probably an even better comedic, cool script than Trouble with Tribbles. But absolutely, I do not ever want to see that script ever happen. Because it's another gimmick. It's just, here's my problem.
If you want to see it, turn it into a graphic novel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go for it.
I hate, I don't want to turn this into I will scream and yell about modern Star Trek. But modern Star Trek has been so deeply compromised by the people that are in control of it. It is the most anti-intellectual, anti-story, anti-creativity. It has been so destroyed. And now they're talking about bringing Kirk on and retconning. And oh my God, I want to punch all of those people in the face. Because they were given this golden opportunity, and since 2017 have turned out drivel. I mean, you could say that Mike McMahon, who did 5 seasons of Lower Decks, but even he is a comedy writer that is outside of the Star Trek universe. He's not inside it. And he wrote a show for 5 seasons that's about people that watch Star Trek, not people that are actually in the Star Trek universe. And it drove me fucking crazy. So, no, I don't want to see Quentin Tarantino's Star Trek made. I don't. I don't want gimmicks. I want something new and something where people know what they are doing.
You mean like season 2 of Star Trek Starfleet Academy?
Oh my god! Yeah. Oh, talk about a creatively bankrupt show.
But the cast is so pretty, Rob.
Yeah, I know.
And the Klingon wears a skirt. Why?
Yeah.
No, wait. Why? Why?
You know what's like I've said. Can I just say this? if you want to
Not
depict,
that there's anything wrong with it.
no, hang on. Here's the thing. If you want to depict gay Klingons, great, go for it. But here's the thing. You need to think about the fact, what is Klingon culture all about?
He'd be a power top.
You've got to go to the in the other direction. Don't have a Klingon suddenly be enamored of earthware that looks better in the sand in the Galleria 1,000 years ago. Like
he'd be fucking Rob Halford. He'd be all leather. And
yeah,
stuff.
he would be a Klingon. Would be a gay Klingon. And you know what you could have done if I had done Star Trek? I would have said that the ultimate example of true honor in the Klingon Empire was with the gay Klingons, because these are the motherfuckers who, first of all, they are the tip of the spear of Klingon honor. You know, and while they have same-sex relationships, it is in the service of the Empire that they both know. Like if you're with a woman,
it would be like the gladiatorial days. It'd be like Spartacus.
But if you're with a woman, you will protect her over the Empire. But if you have the ultimate Klingon warriors that are they're gay men, and they have a lot of fun together, but those motherfuckers will kill, destroy anyone. So if you want to give me the problem that I have with Star Trek Starfleet Academy isn't that they had a gay Klingon character. It's they never thought through the Klingon race and asked themselves, what would a gay Klingon in the Klingon Empire look like? And what they did was they gave us Earth tropes from the 20th century, because those activist writers are fucking horrible hacks that never think about speculative fiction and go, okay, you know what? I have no problem with any kind of whatever subculture you want to deal with. But in science fiction, you have to extrapolate. Your job as a writer is to think to yourself, okay, if the Klingon Empire is this way, and if you think about humanoid species, people are born into... I believe that homosexuality is a natural part of life. You are born into it. And yeah, can some things push you into that? But no, you are born into it. You're born into it. It's part of your brain structure. It's part of your physiology. And if that's the case, let's apply that to other humanoid species across the universe. So to me, the gay Klingons would be the pinnacle of Klingon warrior status. Yeah. And what do they give us? They give us somebody who dresses in a skirt, or that's pink, or like you've applied West Hollywood aesthetics onto the Klingon Empire, which means you haven't even done the work, because a gay Klingon subculture would be really interesting. And if you flipped the script and made them the pinnacle of Klingon society, because they are the most fiercest warriors ever, because the warrior bond between these two men, they will not put aside, like, if you're in love with a woman, you want her to stay safe. But if you've got two dudes in the Klingon Empire, their greatest honor is to die together in a blaze of fucking glory for the fucking Empire. Show me that. I agree. Show me that.
If you're gonna do it, be brave.
Yeah, be brave. Give me the fucking leather daddy.
the thing is like, be brave. Don't make it something that is easily accepted by the viewer. Challenge the viewer. That's what. Look, I can't believe this. We're talking fucking Trek here. That's what good Star Trek does. Challenges the viewer.
Yeah, well, not these people. What they've done is they made everything stereotyped.
But aren't you impressed that I even brought that up?
Dave. I can't. I bow to you, sir. I bow.
No,
Hang on.
Geez.
We've got no. I appreciate that, but you know what? Even you can see the truth. You understand
of
great
course.
story. You understand great storytelling.
And the thing is,
you know what?
I think the funny thing is, and I'll say this, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'll say this.
No.
You know what? I watched, for just a lark, Starfleet Academy. I watched the entire thing because of the people that were involved, because of the actors that were involved, because Polly Hunter's in it and shit like that.
Sure.
Paul Giamatti's in it. It's like, oh, okay, so I'm gonna watch it. I haven't watched Star Trek in forever. I was like, why this? I don't know.
No, I get it. It's good.
Whatever. So I decided to take a chance. But they have everything. They have great actors.
All the money in the world.
They have the sets, they have the makeup, they have everything. And they played it very safe. They played it 90210 safe. And I'm like, that's not what Star Trek should be. Star Trek should be challenging to the viewers. Wasn't the whole thing with, the original series is that it challenged people's perceptions of of things at the time that weren't acceptable, like
100%.
interracial kissing and all that stuff. Wasn't that part of it? Is like to break down these barriers.
Well, and by the way, at the time, it was transcendent that they did that.
Right.
In the 60s in the South, the southern states are people that banned that episode.
Right.
And to make
that, but isn't that part? The thing is like, I feel like what maybe the people that are doing Star Trek are missing is the fact that the original series was more than just a science fiction thing.
Here's what I like. What I objected to. If you want to make a Klingon gay, I'm like, I'm fine with that, but you need to understand what kind of gay a Klingon would be.
Right.
And they basically turned him in. I'm like, that motherfucker would be the leather daddy emperor of the meatpacking district in New York.
He wouldn't be, I mean, and I know, I get it. They were like going, oh, well, Klingons have always been this dominant force, and we're making one meek. It's like,
there are no meek. The problem is they can't conceive of the fact that
right.
you might have Klingons that don't fit in.
It's just like Vulcans lack or keep their emotions very much in check.
Yeah. Vulcans, they don't even get this. Vulcans have emotions.
They've had emotions. Have them, but they
use their mental discipline to keep them in check. And what they do, here's okay. Let me tell you something about how much I hate modern Star Trek and what they've done to Spock. So, in the original series, Spock is shown as being a musician. And there's an episode in the third season called Requiem for Methuselah, where there's an immortal being who's bought this planet, and it turns out he's traveled around the universe, and he has been significant people in the planets that he's visited. And on Earth, he was actually Johannes Brahms. And he'd written these incredible compositions. And in this episode, there's a Brahms composition, and Spock sits down at a harpsichord, and he can play it because he can sight read music. Because their language is musically based. He is a fucking musician. And he sits down at the harpsichord and plays this Brahms waltz, and he's like, this is amazing. And because Vulcans think of music as art, and it's been established in the show. In Strange New Worlds, when they do some fucking dumb thing where Spock becomes human or whatever, Dr. Mbenga suggests, let me give you this Vulcan lute. You should learn to play it, and maybe if you could play music, it'll make you feel better. Well, that's what modern Star Trek does, and I'm like, no, motherfuckers. Spock is a musician. He's been a musician since he was a fucking kid. It was in the original show. I mean, it's like, give me a break. Why do you have to have a human being tell a Vulcan, hey, perhaps you could use this to quell your anxiety? Like, fuck you. Give me a fucking break. You're going to tell me that Spock, all they do is they saddle him. Let's give him a learning disability. Let's kill his mother. Let's do all this stuff. The thing about Spock is he's bad ass. He's a bad motherfucker. And you know what? He already knows music. He doesn't need a fucking Federation person from Earth to go, maybe if you took up the Vulcan lute, you'd fulfill. No! Spock is, and what they've done is they've tried to take all their fucking ridiculous activist bullshit and put it on Spock. We're gonna make you. You're gonna have a development. You're gonna have a disability. You know, because these ridiculous activist, stupid motherfucking writers are so lame that they don't understand what excellence is. They don't believe in it. Spock represents excellence. His problem as a character is that he's a man of two worlds. He wants to honor the Vulcan traditions that his father has said you have turned your back on, but he's the ultimate Vulcan, so he really hasn't. And then his mother, who's human, he wants to embrace what she wants, but he can't come to grips with human emotion. That's what's interesting about his character. Not that he's like, oh, you want to saddle him with a learning disability because you had one when you were a kid? Fuck you. Therein is what my book is about.
Which you can get.
Not yet.
Comic-Con weekend.
No, you can't. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Star Trek weekend.
So, yeah, September 8th, you'll be able to get it. The future is people.
Rob, there was one thing that I was thinking about, and it does connect with our Evil Dead talk. And so,
by the way, you brought up Star Trek. Why'd you have to do that?
No, George Harrison brought up George Harrison Ford.
Yeah, he did. Okay.
He did, but I allowed it. I went with it because you know what? This is a new. We have to like bring it in a little bit. It's fine. But so going with the Evil Dead thing, and one of the things I do, guys, is like in the morning sometimes, when I'm having breakfast or when I'm like just having my coffee, I'll go on like an old making of just to like have as background noise, and so today I threw on the making of Raiders of the Lost Ark for some reason. It was like, it's summer, I'll throw it on, just the retrospective. And it made me think of something. Now, Evil Dead has been connected for a long time with Bruce Campbell as Ash. And I think we can all agree no one else could really ever play that role. I have a what if. Would Raiders of the Lost Ark have been as successful, if Tom Selleck had been cast instead of Harrison Ford?
That's a great question. I would say no.
I don't think so either. Someone said volume issues. Is it too loud or too low?
Well, we are both about the same.
That's what I thought. So, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have gotten another movie. We wouldn't have gotten a series if Tom Selleck had been Indiana Jones.
I like Tom Selleck as an actor, but
I
you
do
know
too.
what? The thing about Harrison Ford, the reason he's a movie star is he has that ineffable quality where he can be a curmudgeon, but you still love him. You know, he's got that thing. You watch him in Working Girl, you watch him in American Graffiti, you watch him in Star Wars, you watch him in Raiders, you watch him in Mosquito Coast. You want to believe in him even when he's wrong.
I mean, I think that's the thing. I think the thing is Harrison Ford is a movie star and Tom Selleck is a television star. It's not to diss Tom Selleck, who's had continues to have a career as well. But it was so close that it was going to be Tom Selleck.
Yeah.
And possibly Sean Young. It's like, can you imagine Raiders being that? And it's like, I don't think it would have.
Danny DeVito.
And Danny DeVito, Tom Selleck, Sean Young, Danny DeVito. I don't think it would have ever been what it is.
No, of course. By the way, Silly Goose says, all right, fellas, it's Midnight Metal. What was the last metal album you listened to beginning to end? For me, it was Air by This Gift Is a Curse. Spun my vinyl of it today. It's a good question on this show.
Rob?
I'll tell you, I mean, I haven't listened to metal. It's been a long time. But I can tell you my favorite metal album of all time.
That's
tell you what it was.
That's not the question, though.
I know, but it is because it's the album I spent.
So he can't. So just for the record, people, Rob can't answer that question. I can.
No, I can because it's the album I listened to from beginning to end.
Okay.
I like the entire album.
Okay.
And being from Seattle, it's Queensryche's Operation Mindcrime. I love that record.
We did they just put out Operation Mindcrime 3.
I know.
Jeff Tate put out Operation Mindcrime 3.
I know. It's not the same.
Who was not the same?
I love the album Operation Mindcrime.
It's amazing. And the live Operation Live Crime?
Yeah.
Even better.
And I think metal is best when it's live.
Depends. Depends on what it is.
It depends what we're recording or whatever, but you know what?
Metal is best experienced live.
Yes.
I will agree.
Yeah. Maybe that. Okay. Yeah. But that's the thing that comes to mind, and I will say this. That's the only metal album I still listen to from beginning to end. Like if I'm driving to San Diego or something, I'll put that on and listen to the whole album.
Okay. Fair.
What about you, Dave?
Recent Bear McCreary's The Singularity.
Wow, should I get that? Everyone says it's good.
It's amazing. There sings on it, but a lot of people sing on it. I think that's the last one that I listened to, top to finish, top to end. The Singularity.
Well, now I'm going to buy that.
Bear McCreary.
The Richard Curtis, who is usually somebody who only is on Let's Get Physical Media's here. Richard Curtis says, The Social Network was a great recent period piece. On its release, it was already left...
That's 20 years old now almost?
No, well, 15.
Okay.
2009. Upon its release, it already felt timeless, helped probably by having a score by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross instead of a soundtrack. So he's making a statement. Look, I would say, what is it? Hand covers bruise, do. That thing, amazing score. And I can't wait to see. I love that movie. I can watch The Social Network.
I love The Social Network as well. I think just because it's got a Trent Reznor, Atticus Ross score doesn't make it great, because look at Tron Ares. Incredibly disappointing fucking score. Completely disappointing. Completely let down compared to what Daft Punk did.
I thought that Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross's score for Nine Inch Nails score for Tron Ares was lazy and cliched.
It was absolutely.
And like you said, the Daft Punk score for Tron Ares to this day resonates. You can put that on like Nocturne, and it's unbelievable, that score.
Yeah.
And when I listened to the Nine Inch Nails score, I'm like, what did you guys do this in a weekend? You have nothing more to... Come on, dude.
There was nothing iconic about it.
No.
Kind of broke my heart because I was really looking forward to that movie. And I don't
Me too.
hate the movie. It's weird, you know.
I don't hate it, but it's just...
Tron just has never worked. And I like the first movie a lot, but boy... And I love the visuals in the second movie. I like it, but deep down, it's like these just don't work.
Well, as you know, I mean,
yes,
I made a feature-length documentary about Tron, and I was fully immersed, and I never thought it worked perfectly. I love what it wanted to be, but it never understood what it was anyway. The people that made it, but it's fine, and I really liked it. But I would say that trying to cover what it became was impossible because
it's funny. There's so many of these beloved movies of our time. It's like, okay, I can appreciate something like Dragon Slayer, but it's a slog of a fucking movie until the fucking dragon's there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's like,
you don't have to apologize to me. I get it.
It's just, it's like, I want to love Dragon Slayer, and there's a lot that I do love.
But there's in no world is the movie Dragon Slayer ever going to turn your crank. Never. Because the people that made Dragon Slayer didn't understand the fact that they're waiting to get the vermithrax pejorative out there. And it's like, no, folks. You need to put the dragon front and center as much as you can. I don't care how much the effects cost from ILM. And the things you're leaning into were tropes that were just normal survival tropes or whatever. So no one had a chance. It was what a terrible thing to do for these people.
It's like, and I like oh god, now I'm going to forget what the movie Rain of Fire. I like Rain of Fire a lot more.
Way better.
But it doesn't deliver on the poster.
Yeah, that was a marketing problem, but
that's a marketing problem. But again, this is how you're marketing it. How to Train Your Dragon, at least the animated film, delivers. It's great. It's a great movie. Again, the live action, I guess you can go great because it's a shot-for-shot remake. You should tell me about verisimilitude, I guess. George Harrison Ford. Yes, please.
Well, hang on. The real Thomas Logan.
You know what, Rob? It's like this. You know what? Here's a movie you and I both hold that should have been better. The Bermuda Depths should have had more giant turtle. It should have had more giant turtle.
You know what's funny about that? You say that, and it's like you and I know.
I know.
And it's here's the funny thing. Here's the thing that upsets me about modern audiences, like younger audiences today.
They won't go back.
I talk about watching movies at scale. Like you and I grew up in a time. You and I grew up in a time where we understood naturally if we're watching a low budget horror slasher. We knew that. Like our brains would immediately scale what we're watching about, and we knew, like, we didn't expect something more than what the movie is. We keyed in on what it was and immediately understood, okay, this is a low budget, Canadian. It's like fucking Visiting Hours with Michael Ironside and Shatner or whatever.
Oh, that was always lame. The poster was the best thing about Visiting Hours.
It was, yeah, totally. But we knew as much as the poster was, we knew the movie was lame.
Right.
And you could watch it, and there's like a couple of kills, and Shatner's in it, and all that. You can sit there and go, yeah, I saw that. But we never thought it was great. But
no, it was when we picked up something like The Prowler that we go, oh wait, this is a little different here.
It's fucking hardcore. So here's a funny thing, like the real Thomas Logan writes in, who's a big supporter of the channel, and I love. So he writes in, he says, Campia foolishly went all in on Gunn's garbage DC universe. And now, instead of eating crow like a human being with integrity, he's doubling down. Gunn will be fired soon, and Campia will look like a total imbecile.
Gunn won't be fired. He will exit, but he won't be fired.
No, he won't be fired. But
and look, there's so many there. Look, if you watch John enough and you listen and you hear the things that he champions, like Shang-Chi, Forgotten Island, there's a whole pattern that is very connected personally to him that you start to see. And I'm like,
yeah.
Sorry, Crazy Rich Asians. Oh, what was the driving one? The other one, the drive crazy or road.
You're talking about the Baby Driver.
Yeah, no, not Baby Driver. The other one. Look, all you have to do, and not to be offensive, is like, look who John Campia is married to, and then look at some of the things that he champions, and it makes sense.
Well, I mean, having known John and streamed with him now for 11 years, to me, the thing is, he has a certain sensibility that is it encompasses everything that like. Here's what's really interesting.
Also, but some of that sensibility is influenced by who he's
sure, but
also remember when he said that the kid who was starring in the next Karate Kid Legends movie was going to be a major A-list star.
Well, he was also in Long Walk, and he was in other things.
Yeah, right, but
I would say that the jury's still out on that kid. But let me explain something to everybody.
He's not going to be a major A-list star. It's like,
well, no, okay, I understand that, but
John.
But here's what people don't understand about our show, and it drives me fucking crazy. We are reporting on entertainment news of the day. We're not sitting there we're not like, we can look at what James Gunn's doing, but we are looking at it as it's entertainment news. Like, I could sit there and give you a treatise of what I think James Gunn. Look, the fact is, you got to look at James Gunn's trilogy, the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy, and how much money did it make at Marvel. I mean, and you can talk about the fact that, oh, well, his Suicide Squad movie didn't make money. That was during the pandemic. It was
terrible. It's not good.
Oh, I love that movie. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Look, okay, it's not, but here's the thing. It's not about our opinions whether something is good or bad or not. We're talking about the business. And you have to understand, like, people sit there and they get all caught up with this James Gunn's Superman is terrible. No, you are looking at it because you don't like the depiction of Superman in it. But what we're talking about is, how did the movie do? And what people also don't get is the box office only tells one story. And if you talk to studio executives, one in particular that I talk to all the time, you would be very surprised how much money these movies make in their secondary markets. Which will take a movie like Superman that made $600 and whatever million over $900 million. And so it's a success.
But wait.
Nobody understands this.
But Rob, I know you're not equating the amount of money something makes as being good.
No, but
I know
people
you're
are
not
talking
doing-
about no, but I'm talking about the people are talking about the box office. I'm like, you guys don't fucking know. You guys, all these fans think they know about the business. They don't know fuck all about it. And so we're on a show trying to analyze the business of Hollywood. And everybody
Okay.
comes back at us and goes, I'm like, you guys, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've spent my entire life in this business. And I'm not saying I know everything. But what I am saying is that the people that come out and talk about all this shit don't know fuck all. Fans are fans, and they're bringing their biases in. Look, if you're gonna look at the entertainment business, you need to be dispassionate. You have to put aside whether you think something is good or whether it's bad. What you have to do is analyze the business as it exists. Not if you're going to bring in like James Gunn's Superman. Okay, that's fine. I don't give a fuck about that. Let's talk about James Gunn's Superman from a business perspective. It doesn't matter whether you think it's good or bad. What matters is let's talk about the business it did. Let's look at that. And these people don't. Everybody's like, and it drives me fucking crazy. Fans used to be smarter than they are now.
Okay, but Rob, I'll say
Sorry,
this.
just
No, it's fine. It's fine. But I'll tell you this. From someone for someone who does watch, look, I watch Can't Be a Show.
I know.
Because
I know.
when you were on, I watch it. I watch it with my, I guess now my afternoon coffee, instead of my morning coffee. But the thing is like when the headline, and I look, if I knew how to get views and stuff like that, I'd be doing it. So maybe I'm wrong. When I see the headline is like, Spider-Man's box office, this one, which was the latest one. That was the headline. Right. I get bored. I don't care about how much money something makes.
I don't either.
It's like, but is it good or not? And my whole thing is just like, the thing is, it's like, he can have his biases based on personal influences and stuff like that he wants. I just wish he would admit it. I just wish he would go, yeah, I like Shang-Chi because the thing is, it's not a good movie. Shang-Chi is not a good movie.
Yeah, but it is.
But are we both right? Or am I
wrong?
No.
I think, like, look.
We both can be right. It doesn't, and ultimately, it doesn't really matter. Because, you know what?
The thing is, whether Shang-Chi is good or bad, the box office and when it was released, there are business numbers that you have to look at. And whether you like them or not, it's all. There's no one sitting there changing the numbers. It's all about.
To me, what's more interesting as a topic, for example, is like, I remember talking about Matt Reeves' Batman when it first came out, and going, this isn't. We did this whole show of like, shouldn't superhero movies be fun? Aren't they supposed to be for kids? And I'm like, this is like, it's not fun. It's dark. It's fucking serious. It's like Zodiac. It's like I get, but it's like, because it's a mass marketed thing, shouldn't it be more friendly to kids and stuff like that? Now I watched it again. And it's like, no, it's a really good movie. Yeah. It really is. And the thing is, I really respect it and I like it. I really like the movie. And it's like, but my point, the fans spoke. They went. They made that movie a hit, a huge hit, big hit. It's like, okay. To me, that's like.
Well, you just nailed, Dave. You nailed it. It comes down to what I hate. Is even when I was 12 years old, I was somebody that was reading the trades and thinking about all this stuff and talking about it and doing book reports. And it was very apparent to me that the business of movie making was going on despite of what we see at the end of the day. You know, there's hundreds of people trying to make these images work. And one of the things that I don't think that our business reflects is how many people and how much work they're doing. And most people don't know. They have no idea. So it's very easy to criticize. My problem is I criticize when I see edicts come down from the studios. I'm like, what the fuck would you say that? And who are you to say that? What the hell? You're gonna change Doctor Who and do what? Because your lesbian lover thinks Doctor Who should be a girly franchise or whatever? I mean, it becomes that weird shit where it becomes activism. And I hate that. I hate that. It's like, look, I love everybody. I don't care what minority you belong to. But why is it that has to define bad storytelling? I mean, America was on a great trajectory in the early 2000s. Everybody was same-sex marriage. Everybody was accepting. And then it got to a point where activists wanted to say, we're the cause of this. I'm like, no, you're not. This has been going on for decades, and this is the final revelation. And they're like, well, if we don't establish the reasons why we caused this, we're never going to make the money or do the work we had to do. I'm like, but you didn't cause this, and you were trying to take care or bogart what other people did. And it's fraudulent storytelling. That's what it is. So at the end of the day, all I think anybody wants is to see the great thinkers of our time rise up and make cool shit. Isn't that what they want?
Wait, who's the great thinkers of our time? Are you saying James Gunn is a great thinker of our time? I'm
No.
not. I'm not being. I'm not.
No,
being
I understand. I think we want whoever it is. I would not say James Gunn. I'd say somebody like Elon Musk. And people would be like, well, he didn't invent the SpaceX. I'm like, the guy revolutionized travel in our solar system. Whether you like him or not, you can't take that away from him. He did do it. He did make reusable rockets. He is blasting off Starship, whether they blow up on the pad or not. He's doing insane work. Who else is doing that? And everyone's like, "Wow, fuck Elon Musk." I'm like, okay.
Well,
if that's the case,
because they don't agree with his politics and the things that he stands on.
But you know what? A smart, intelligent society would be like, I don't like his politics. However, his extending human understanding of spaceflight is unparalleled in all of human history. Let's let him cook. I might not like him, but rather than take him down, let's see what the kid's got.
Because the thing is this: at the end of the day, if he's what you think he is, he's going to take himself down anyway.
Well, I just think that
and it's just sort of like, it's like, look, the bottom line is with any of this stuff is like, we don't have skin in this game. We don't have skin in the game of DC and stuff.
Well,
the thing is, what we all want. That's the thing. We all have different ways of thinking about it. We all want great DC movies. We want great Marvel movies.
I know.
We just want great movies. How about like like going back to Sheep Detectives? I just want movies where I walk out of there and like.
Well, that movie was it was entrancing.
But again, I would just want to walk out of any movie. I go into any movie, walking out hoping I feel something. I feel that something gets me like pumped up and excited, like I was when I was a kid, when it was easier because I didn't know anything. So everything that I experienced was like, wow.
Yep.
And then you get more refined. And then it's like, perfect example. It's like the first time I watched 2001, boring fucking movie.
I get it.
And shit. And every time I watch it, I'm like, wow, more and more and more and more. And it's like, okay, it's just that's what's exciting.
I know.
You can't keep your eyes open, Rob.
I am exhausted. I am
You're-
absolutely exhausted. I can tell you that right now. And I have to get up early and do. Dude, I got up so early this morning, and oh my god!
You've only been going for 3 hours, and your eyes are
No,
shut.
it's 4 hours. It's one. My eyes aren't shut. I'm good, but
Okay.
I need to go to bed.
He has to. This is it, guys.
Come on, man.
Yeah. No. It's great. No, dude. We've had a great night. It's all good. It's great. 100th show.
It is our 100th show of this. And hang on, let me
Holy.
just make sure that I want to make sure that everybody is.
How many other people's eyes are closing right now?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm like sitting here going, yeah, they're closing because I am exhausted. And I will say we've been going for 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 46 seconds. Just
Oh
so you know.
yeah, not bad. Not a record.
My name's Jeff. I love that theme, by the way. Here we go. Oh, so Thomas Logan. Here's the thing. I mean, I just want to say, Thomas, John's not doing anything intentionally to offend anyone. He's just trying to run a tight ship.
Look, bottom line is he's also just expressing his opinion.
Yeah, a silly goose says, "What you drinking tonight, Rob? Let the people know." Well,
He was.
a Clearwater White Russian and, well, I think I probably have one of these. Hang on.
oh God. Oh
Well, it's an on the rocks old fashioned, but this is not what I was drinking. I was drinking their whiskey soda, or whatever. Doc Civil says, "Is it too late to ask what you two thought of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? I know it's a 7-year-old film."
no,
think?
it's never too late.
No,
I loved it.
I loved it.
I love that movie. That
And the
was
more I watch it, the more I love it.
the last movie I saw in a theater multiple times. God, I don't know that movie, and that movie charms me more and more every time I see it.
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too.
know. It's just yeah, that one just speaks to me. It's just like I love it. Absolutely love it. If he's still around, if he's still watching. So, yeah. In my favorite definitely top 3 favorite Tarantino movies.
You asking me?
No, me. For me, like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is top 3. Like it's
Oh,
probably
I would agree
it's probably
with that.
Jackie Brown, Pulp Fiction, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It might be one. I might like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood maybe more than Pulp Fiction now.
I can see that. Yep. Yeah. Doc Civil, that was his question. The real Thomas Logan says Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos, under oath, said that Superman 2025 underperformed and was thus dumped quickly on VOD. Gunn has made $0 for Warner Brothers Discovery at the box office.
Bullshit.
Yeah,
don't
I'm like,
believe that
I'm
at
like,
all. That's bullshit.
yeah, I'm like, dude. Here's the thing.
It didn't underperform. It wasn't the most expensive movie ever fucking made. All that shit. It did fine. I like.
And here's another thing. In Thomas's question, it said that's why it was quickly dumped on VOD. What are the VOD numbers? Tell me what those are. And here, Thomas, here's what I don't get. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to discredit James Gunn and say whatever? So what? Zack Snyder can. Zack Snyder's Batman v Superman was one of the biggest financial debacles in Warner Brothers history. It was a movie that cost $450 million that didn't gross nearly what they thought they were going to have it gross. And it was like, and you look at James Gunn's scrutiny, James Gunn's movies are way cheaper than the other movies that way cheaper than Zack Snyder's films. And it's not a competition, but if you want to talk business, which I think you want to do, you really need to look beyond the facts and figures you get to like pillory James Gunn. I mean, look, if you want to do it because of Supergirl. But Superman was a success in every way imaginable. It was
I'll
a success.
say this. He cast the right person to be Superman.
100%.
Sure.
Yeah. And it's like if you want the studio to lose money, I get it. I understand that, but
why do you want the studio to lose money? So you don't get these movies? So you don't get the superhero movies that everyone like wants to like? I don't get it.
Well, I think people believe that those films are fraudulently created and they're not, real, which I get. I mean, I totally get that. But the fact is, people who are outside the movie business, I'm so tired of them talking about punditry saying this movie didn't make this much money. Did you see the budget? Did you see how much it actually took in?
On the bottom line,
do you have any understanding about how much money is derived from anything?
Well, never mind something like Superman. Something like that movie has like got so many
eyes on it.
No, not just eyes on it. Ancillary, modes of money of tie-ins and
100%
and everything else that bring in money into it and stuff like that. Oh, so Ted Sarandos lied to Congress? Oh, like no one lies to Congress in this day and age?
But also, it's like
but what's he got?
What I find, how do you know?
But again, the thing is, Thomas, so if you're right, what's that prove at the end? Is like, so you win and go, James Gunn's creatively bankrupt, Peter Safran is creatively bankrupt, they don't know what they're doing and stuff like that. And Zack Snyder is more pure because of it. Just, I don't know if you're a Zack Snyder guy. And I like the Zack Snyder movies too. I had a great time seeing Batman v Superman in the theater. It was a great time. So I was like, I'm not saying that either. It's like, but what's the point of this if you're proven right? And what do you want? What do you want out of it? We don't have, like, Richard Donner isn't around anymore. We don't have these guys to make these movies maybe the way you want them to be. And the thing is like, look at the comic books. Look how many different iterations and eras of these characters that we've gotten. And we're getting them now in movie form. It's different. It's not going to be for everyone. It's like, just like the 60s, the Adam West Batman isn't going to be for everyone. But for some people, that's it. That's the fucking shit right there. Adam West is the shit. That's Batman to them. That's it.
Well, I mean, it is. It's a very weird thing. I mean, like this backlash against like movies like The Odyssey. I'm like, men are turned into pigs in this movie.
Well, of course,
and that. But the whole story has never been
mythology. The whole thing, there's a fucking Cyclops in it. Like, we're not talking reality here, right? Guys,
and there's goddesses of Olympus. I mean, and that's the weird thing to me. I'm like, when is Christopher Nolan? Look, as I hiccup, I didn't like Tenet. I've tried to watch it. I own it. I have the 4K. I've watched it. I don't like Tenet. It's not good. It doesn't make sense. But when I watched Christopher Nolan doing The Odyssey, I'm thinking to myself, like, first of all,
okay,
it's not real, but it's not real history.
Right.
Like, it was never real history. It's like John Borman doing Excalibur.
No, that's exactly what Thomas Logan says. It's not about Snyder. It's about Gunn and Safran ruining the DC brand. They're not the DC brand is always going to be there. They're not ruining it. It's not going away. And the bottom line is, remember, we're in this golden age of this superhero thing. There used to be a time where we didn't have superhero movies at all. They're not going away now, especially in the theatrical market, because they bring people in. They bring butts in the seat. And the thing is, even if Gunn and Safran fail and you don't like the stuff that they're doing, that just means that someone else is going to come along and do it again in their own way. So they're not ruining the brand. The DC, Marvel, they're not going away. They'll change, they'll evolve, they'll adapt.
By the way, Superman made money.
But
Okay?
again, even if it didn't, I'm just saying it's like it's not. It's going to change, and that's all there is to it. It's like it's not.
But
brand is not ruined. It's
but the
too big
failure,
of a brand. Superman is not.
Superman made money. I don't care what anyone says. It made money. Supergirl was an epic failure. If you want to go after somebody for fucking something up, make it Supergirl, because my God, was everyone sleeping on that? I did three shows. I laid it out. Everybody oh my God.
And you're right, Rob. And you know what the thing is? This is the difference between DC and Marvel. There are less characters that people give a fuck about with DC than they do with Marvel. Marvel has more characters that people like in general. And the thing is, that's only because they did back in 2008, starting with Iron Man. They built that because at the time, who gave a shit about Iron Man until they saw a really good movie?
Well,
but there are more characters in the Marvel universe that people are more interested in.
But here's another thing: the people that don't like what James Gunn's doing with the DC universe, they have no idea what they would do to make it right.
Well, here's the thing, guys. Okay,
they don't have any clue. And by the way, they can tell you and go, "This is how they should do it," and then you have to ask yourself, "Really? Now tell me how to implement that in the context of making a feature film."
Are we now not in the era of like superhero movies are basically like Westerns dominated for how long and then they went away? Are we not in that precipice of potentially the same thing with superhero movies and comic book movies and stuff like that? But more so than that, guys, tell me, because I'm ignorant.
Are you?
Who can run DC or Marvel and give you what you want? Who are the people? Because I'm legitimately asking. It's like, so it's not James Gunn and Safran, and it's not Kevin Feige, because people are saying Marvel's a mess too. So who runs it? And you have to think of this. Don't think of it just on a pure fan base. Like, oh, I just want this.
Yeah, Dave Filoni running Star Wars. By the way, I never thought that was a good idea. Just saying.
Well, Thomas Tull, someone said, I might agree with you, Thomas Tull, but he was like pushed out, which unfortunately
he's gone.
But he made Godzilla, like he got fucking Doherty in, which I think made the best Godzilla movie until we got -1. We got Doherty was the best Godzilla movie.
I loved King of the Monsters, and then, but yeah, I mean, it's.
but who would you have, guys, run this? Who would you have run DC? Who's up for it?
Well, the problem is, the answer to that is no one. No one's up for it, because nobody. James Gunn has more comic book knowledge in the industry than anyone else in the industry has. And he's got the practical experience of let's just go 3 Guardians of the Galaxy movies, 1 Suicide Squad movie, 1 movie Slither, and 1 movie Super. He has 6 films that he directed with varying budgets. And you're going to try and tell me to replace him? That's never going to happen.
Thomas Lillian says Steve Asbell.
What about him?
To run DC.
He doesn't want to run DC. Steve Asbell is right where he wants to be. He's like greenlighting Hellraiser and Hand That Rocks the Cradle and Planet of the Apes and Alien and all. He's doing a great job. Predator. I mean, it's so funny to me that people are like, oh, Predator Badlands didn't do well. I'm like, really?
Really? I love that movie.
Well,
I mean,
it was.
the thing is, why do fans care what it does if it's a good movie? Do they like the movie?
Well, it's like what?
Did they have fun with the movie? I had fun with the movie.
You know what the funny thing about that movie is? What the fanboys don't remember is that Predator was not a movie about the Predator. It was a movie about Arnold Schwarzenegger. And now when you watch Predator Badlands, there's no Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's about the Predator. And you see his whole culture. And it's such an interesting film. And people are like, wow, it's not so good. I'm like, what? Because you wanted somebody that doesn't exist in the story to hunt down and kill the Predator kid? Like, what? Why do you want that to happen? That's not the story that's being told. It's such a weird thing. But dude, I have to go to bed.
I know you're dying on the vine here, man.
I can barely speak.
Wait, I'm gonna just say this before you go because it's a $20 super chat.
No, we're not done with the super chats. I'm gonna finish those.
Okay, we'll finish those and then we'll call it a night, guys. Unfortunately, we can't answer and we can't solve this problem. We should run DC and Marvel and all that stuff, but we'll read the
hang
super
on.
chat.
Like a silly goose asks, Dave, what's the last movie that kept you up at night? For me, it was Leviticus.
I want to see it. I haven't seen that one yet.
It was very creepy, and the ending did leave me up at night.
But I do know the last movie that kept me up at night.
Well, what was it?
Hellhole. From 1981.
That sounds like a Spinal Tap song.
It was Judy Landers.
I'm living in a hellhole.
Woo! It was Judy Landers. It's this sleazy fucking, women in prison movie with Mary Warnoff. I went to sleep to it and then it repeated and it woke me up again. So that was the movie that kept me up at night.
Well, there you go.
Hellhole. Look for it. It's on Tubi. Hellhole. Sleazy.
But isn't going to keep him up at night the way Leviticus did?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't see Leviticus.
Well, there you go. All right. So, Brandon Collins says, I'm the guy who bought your TCM, Shining, and Elm Street 2 posters.
I'm so envious of this fucker.
Waiting on some frames and I'll send pics. Those posters are near pristine.
I'm
Thanks,
so envious.
Rob.
He got my holy grail that I couldn't buy and you had to sell, and I get it. I understand. Texas Chainsaw Massacre poster. It broke my heart.
Well, what Brandon Collins is talking about is that I teamed up with a friend of mine, Gabe and Michelle Lander, and they have been selling things on eBay for over a decade. They have 100% sale record. And a friend of mine, Craig Hyland, he used to work at the National Screen Service Corporation, which was where all movie posters used to be printed pre-1984, all the way back to the dawn of cinema. And when he left, they in like 82, there were 5 different locations in the United States, and they threw everything away. So Craig took as much as he could, lobby card sets, posters, and gave it to me. I was after him for 40 years. And he said, okay, fine, come in.
There's so much good stuff. There's a lobby card set of Creepshow that is amazing.
Oh,
that's just one thing for like
we dropped 100 lobby card sets from the 1970s today. And it's insane. I mean, all of these are original movie posters that were sent to theaters, but
And
these
they're
were
in
not.
beautiful shape. I mean, it
Oh.
kills you guys. King Kong 76 or the World Trade Center. You have so much
As
good stuff.
somebody, I don't know, somebody bought that insert. They might have. That
I
insert was
don't. They didn't
great.
buy the insert, but I couldn't afford to go. Rob, give me that. It's amazing.
So,
Have
if
some
you're
water.
interested, go to Find Your Niche. Find Your Niche is the eBay store, and when you go there, click on R&B's Imagination Connoisseurs, and you will see. And every week this summer, we're releasing more stuff. And Friday
It's
we were.
amazing. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
the stuff we have is incredible. It's
It breaks.
absolutely
It breaks my heart that I'm so broke.
it blows me away. Well, not that you're so broke. It's,
It doesn't blow you away. That's par for the course.
so Brian Collins said, I mean, I love you said this because he's the guy who bought the Texas Chainsaw Massacre,
I know.
Shining, and well, the thing about all three of those posters were that they were uncirculated and in incredible condition. That Texas Chainsaw one sheet, I used to have one. It was nowhere near the condition. I mean, that was in an apartment, in a cool, dry apartment for 45 years. Never was ever out. In a non-smoking apartment.
Thanks for rubbing it in. I didn't know that Saul Bass did the Shining poster until last week.
Yeah, well. George Harrison Ford says Zack Snyder to take over Star Trek. Nope. He's not smart enough. Mark Spector's Avatar says, "Preach, Dave, preach."
Yay!
Go ahead, Dave.
I'm not trying to preach. I'm just,
66 Starship Alien says Rob and
this is a
Dave.
good one. It's a expensive one too.
That's a very, very generous
$20,
donation to the channel.
Super generous.
Rob and Dave, great to see the Midnight Metal duo again. Question: what movie release are you both most looking forward to in the next year?
Doomsday.
I have to say, I'm there too. That's two movies. It's Avengers, Doomsday, and it's Dune 3. Now, here's the thing. They're going to show the opening of Dune 3 with the Odyssey in IMAX. They're showing what we saw at CinemaCon. It was insane. I mean, it was... for me, the Viceroy of Verisimilitude, I am so into, make me believe. There has never been a science fiction film franchise that has been more verisimilitudinal than the Dune franchise. It's so... dude, it's incredible. I mean, you know it. It looks so real. It's the first 8 minutes of Dune 3 is fucking insane, and people are going to see it and be like, "Oh my god!" You'll see. I don't even have to convince anyone. It's amazing.
But it's Yeah, for me, it's Doomsday. I look. I'm hoping. I look. I'm just waiting for that first trailer. I haven't seen anything, and I'm just I'm hoping. And I'm the guy who, guys, when I need to feel, when I need to cry, I'll throw on people's reactions of watching Tony Stark die. Because it gets me.
Me too.
Call me a loser. And Fincher's Cliff Booth movie. Yeah,
I can't, dude. That's another one. I keep forgetting about that. I can't wait to see that.
Someone brought that up.
I can't wait.
Big Disc Energy brought that up.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that.
I'm excited about that too.
Yeah, I honestly can't wait to see that shit. I can't wait. By the way,
another one.
A silly goose says, "Why does Star Trek Into Darkness stink?" Well,
does he?
No, I'll tell
so
you.
Good. Well, I'm not.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it stinks. I'll tell you why it
boy.
stinks. No, it's very easy. because the film has no understanding of the character of Khan Noonien Singh at all. Let me ask you this. A lot of people who haven't seen Space Seed. In the Star Trek universe, the original series universe, the idea of eugenics and using genetic engineering to create perfect people was something that didn't end at World War II. It continued on. And what they did was they created all of these incredibly intelligent Ubermensch, both men and women. And according to Star Trek, what they didn't consider, what the scientists didn't consider, is that superior ability, breeds superior ambition. So what ended up happening was these genetic supermen seized power around the world. And Khan Noonien Singh was one of them. He controlled a quarter of the world's population. And he was actually a good despot. Like, he didn't kill people. He led a tight and clean dictatorship. And when he was overthrown, this is all explained in Space Seed. When he was overthrown, him and his followers, 96 of them, left in a generational ship to hopefully drift the highways and byways of space till they found a planet or something that was useful to them. The Enterprise comes across them, unfreezes them. Khan takes over the ship. He doesn't succeed, and then he gets marooned on Ceti Alpha 5. So here's the thing about why I hate Into Darkness so much. Into Darkness says, nope, the Enterprise and Kirk never found Khan. They were found earlier. And we decided to make Khan a weaponsmith. We're going to take his intellect from the 20th century, it's now the 23rd, and we're going to make him build us weapons. Like, why would he even know anything about your information systems? But okay, maybe he'll figure it out. And then you have his followers are put into torpedo tubes by the Federation and used as weapons to be deployed against alien races like the Klingons. Like, who would do that? That movie makes no sense on any fundamental storytelling level. It's terrible. Terrible.
Now
Anyway.
let's go to his next super chat.
That would be a silly goose says, I love
And Rob, I'm very blurry.
Yeah, we'll go. So am I. But he does say, I love
No,
Into
you're not.
Darkness,
No.
by the way. I'm looking for why you think it's a pile of poo. I love the recent trilogy.
Well, I think he answered that.
I did. And then he says, I like when Khan and Kirk work together. The villain and the hero teaming up. Look, my problem with these movies is that the writing is terrible. None of what happens in them feels naturalistic or at all what would happen in real life if these characters were real and actually met. And Star Trek Into Darkness especially is horrifically awful. And I hate it. But if you enjoy it, I don't want to take away from that from you. But a silly goose also says, I like it when Khan and Kirk work together. Did they work together? In that movie, they're not really working together. And the character of Khan is like, look, you have to ask yourself, even if you were genetically engineered, if you woke up 300 years from now, what would you do? How would you do it? And do you think that how Khan Noonien Singh is portrayed in Star Trek Into Darkness is how a 300-year-old man being revived 300 years later is what he would do? Like, I would think he would have a million other things to do than deal with Starfleet the way he does in Star Trek Into Darkness. I know I'm still...
It's okay. You're in it. I like The Wrath of Khan, and I'll stick with that one. I'm fine with that. I'm good. I'm good and very happy with The Wrath of Khan, and I don't I don't need the new new. I don't.
All of it's terrible.
I'll,
It's
I'll,
all
you
it's
know,
all based on.
if I want to watch Chris Pine, I'll watch Dungeons and Dragons and be way more happy.
Or The Pool Boy, movie he directed.
I didn't see that one.
I didn't either, but I will see it.
You can't tell me it's not cool when the Enterprise gets pulled up on mid-warp drive.
Okay, the reason it's not cool because that wouldn't happen. That was some dumb shit that they wrote in the script. They didn't think about the decades of Star Trek history that tried to make a credible universe. And it's like the Millennium Falcon coming out of hyperspace in the Rise of Skywalker in the middle of a city. These are people that don't fucking pay attention. Let me tell you about light speed in the Star Wars universe. Do you know when it was told to you? In the first movie. Traveling through light speed isn't like dusting crops, boy. You could bounce too close to a supernova or whatever. That would end your trip real quick. You cannot use light speed.
You're being trolled, you know.
To appear. Am I? I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, a silly goose is trolling, man. Of course.
Look, I'm just saying, you cannot use light speed and come out of it in the middle of a cityscape in a gravity well of a planet. J.J. Abrams didn't get this. I know.
But you know what? You got to give J.J. Abrams some props. You have to give him some very big props. And you know why? He remastered Phantasm.
That's okay. You got me.
I
That's the greatest thing J.J. Abrams ever did. And by the way, it's beautiful.
It's a great thing that he did.
Yeah. I'm really drunk, Dave. I can't stay on the show.
I'm glad that I could be there.
Yeah, I know. I need to go because I have to take care of my dogs and I have to get up and do Let's Get Physical Media in the morning. So anybody who's here, hang on, I don't want to leave anybody behind.
I do not.
A silly goose says you can't tell me it's not cool when the Enterprise gets pulled up on by the mid-warp drive. Yes, I can. Yeah, yes, it's not cool. Nothing in those movies is cool. They're all terrible. Just saying. So I have to go, Dave. Let's end this show.
This has been joyous, guys. This has been thank you guys thank you guys for reminding me why I feel lucky and privileged that Rob lets me come on the show and do this with him.
I don't let you come on the show. It's our show.
Well, it's our show, but thank you guys. Thank you for reminding me that this is actually fun in many ways, and I think we done good. We done good.
I think we did good. I mean, I agree.
We did good.
I agree.
Hopefully you guys all enjoyed it. Thank you so much for watching for all this time, for 4 hours.
Yeah, man. I have to say, I have been drinking and I've become excessively drunk. I'm just saying that now I have to go drink a lot. I have to pound the water. And because I have to get up tomorrow and 11 o'clock and do a show with Dieter and Max Allen Collins, and I have to be frosty and fresh. But you know what? I would never want anything to be different than how we did it tonight. Thank you all for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I mean, and thank everybody who supported the channel via super chats and tips. Thank you so much. And our moderating staff. And
remember, Rob is going to send me half of all of your tips.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah,
all of it.
There's not a lot of tips. Not a lot of tips, but you know.
There was a lot. I kept track of them. There's a lot
of tips.
Oh, there's a lot of super chats and tips. And
Well, super
things.
chats are different than tips, but yes.
Well, you know.
But I want to
Guys,
thank everybody.
come on,
It was great. This is great.
Yeah.
Midnight Metal 100.
100,
Mike and
and we're
Patriot
starting
Dan.
anew. It's starting anew. We'll see you again very soon.
Yes. Thank you for everything, guys, and we will be back later. And I say that, and I'll end the stream. Oh, wait, hang on, not yet. Hang on, let me just, before I end the stream, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy. Let me cut to Dave Parker's beautiful artwork.
Oh,
There you go.
there we go.
Now I can end the stream. As long as we have the artwork there. Hold on. I will wait. Okay, I'm going to do it.
Gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
There it is. The stream is ended.